gas, NE3, C gas, junior comp, NE2, B gas, A gas, NE1. Lots of classes in ANRA, and we will run it as close to that order as we possibly can. There are few entries in some of the classes. There are several entries in some of the other classes. We will keep you up to date and call to the staging lanes at the appropriate times. ANRA racers, your lane assignments are Junior Dragster 1, you're in lane 1. Junior Dragster 2, you're in lane 2. Junior Dragster 3, you are in lane 1. Junior Dragster 4, you are in lane 2. Sportsman, you will be in staging lane 3. Hot Rod, you will be in staging lanes 4 and 5. Open Wheel, staging lane 7. D-Gas, you're in lanes 5 and 6. NE3, lanes 7 and 8. C-Gas, lanes 4 and 5. Junior Comp, lane 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, lanes 7 and 8. B-Gas, lanes 2 and 3. A-Gas, lanes 5 and 6. NE1, lanes 7 and 8. Those are your lane assignments for ANRA. ANRA, listen up. ANRA, listen up. Slight change, not much. For most of you, this won't even matter. Junior Dragster 1, staging lane 1. Junior Dragster 2, staging lane 2. Junior Dragster 3, staging lane 1. Junior Dragster 4, staging lane 2. Sportsman, staging lane 3. Hot Rod, staging lanes 4 and 5. Open Wheel, staging lane 7. D-Gas, staging lanes 5 and 6. NE3, staging lanes 7 and 8. Junior Comp, staging lane 1. NE2, staging lanes 7 and 8. C-Gas, staging lanes 4 and 5. B gas, staging lanes 2 and 3. A gas, lanes 5 and 6. NE1, lanes 7 and 8. That is also your run order. Junior 1, Junior 2, Junior 3, Junior 4, Sportsman, Hot Rod, Open Wheel, D-Gas, NE3, Junior Comp, NE2, C-Gas, B-Gas, A-Gas, NE1. Let me get junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please, for your test hit. Race fans, we are 50 minutes out from warm-up chaos. Our fuel-altered teams have got their cars out. They are getting them ready for the first round of eliminations at 2 o'clock. However, they're also getting them ready for the warm-up chaos at 12 noon. We will start up by the Nitro Club and start firing these babies off. Might even get Nitro Mike involved with the warm-up chaos with that amazing wheel stander that wowed us last night with his performance. We will go down fuel-altered alley, lighting them up one at a time. That's coming up at high noon, so 48 minutes from right now. So race fans, what you're going to get a chance to see today is all kinds of race cars. Everything from very nostalgic, as in been around a long time, to brand new. You're going to see supercharged cars, turbocharged cars, nitrous boosted cars. You're going to see naturally aspirated cars, everything from a single cylinder, the junior dragsters, all the way to 8 cylinders. I haven't seen anything yet this weekend with more than 8 cylinders. And but you're going to be hearing things and feeling things that will get your senses going. It's a sensory overload experience at Fuel Altered Chaos, and we think you're probably going to love it. Most of you already know you're going to love it, which is why you're here. But if this is your first time at a drag race, you picked a really good time to come out, because the variety of cars that you're going to see, there's bound to be something that you love. Back in 1992, there was a class created, invented, and put into action called Junior Dragsters. Prior to that, there was really no racing for kiddos. You had to be 16 and have a driver's license and be able to race your mom's car, your dad's car, your granddad's car, your uncle's car, that kind of thing. But Junior Dragster was invented, and man, has it ever changed. Most of the time, in 1992, the engine for a Junior Dragster was a Briggs & Stratton 5-horse, just exactly like is on your lawnmower. Over the years, racers do what racers do. It has evolved to where a Junior Dragster, some of them are full-on race cars with billet aluminum blocks, tuned and ported induction systems, custom chassis. Just like the top fuel cars have a certain amount of flex built into them. But you can still run it old school with a 5-horse Briggs & Stratton. They run on an 1/8-mile race course through 660 feet. As you can see on the scoreboards, the left side gets a 12:81 elapsed time at 48.8 miles an hour. And on the right side in the American walk-in coolers lane, that dragster went 14.60 seconds. And our second pair of Junior Dragsters at the starting line. You'll see the crew chiefs, generally a family member, escorts the car up to the starting line. The driver takes it from the point of pre-stage on. Should be no contact between crew members and the race car once the driver places it in the pre-stage position. Across the finish line, we have a 12:03 on the right side at 52.2 miles an hour, 11:83 at 54.2 miles an hour down that left side lane. You will see the cars. You'll see some have been around for a few days and some are brand new. You'll hear the difference in the sound because, yes, they are just like any other car. Some of them have more horsepower than others do. You might be surprised just how much horsepower some of these teams are able to get out of a single cylinder. You will see some of these cars go under 8 seconds and over 80 miles an hour. Not everybody goes that quickly. Not everybody goes that fast. In fact, you're prohibited by rule. If you're not a master operator, you can't go quicker than 890. But once you reach that master level, you can go 7.90 seconds, even a little quicker in a Junior Dragster. So you can see the pace has quickened. A couple of our older racers on the way down the racetrack as they stop the clocks with 8:87 down the right side and 8:88 down the left side. Very closely matched. 75.4 miles an hour to 73.2. Sportsman, let me get Sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman, staging lane 3. Sportsman, staging lane 3. Hot Rod, staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Sportsman, lane 3, Hot Rod, lanes 4 and 5. Open wheel, you can stand by, or you can go ahead and bring it to staging lane 7 if you like. Sportsman, lane 3, Hot Rod, lanes 4 and 5. Open wheel, lane 7. All right, ANRA racers, just to clarify, this is time trials. It is not test and tune. This is time trials. It counts. And we will call you to the staging lanes by class with a lane assignment. So we were talking about the quicker junior dragsters. You just got the chance to see one. 7.86 seconds down that 92.9 the bull lane. Another pair of older competitors with high horsepower single engine power plants ready to stage up and head down the racetrack here at Tucson Dragway. Sportsman lane 3, Sportsman lane 3, Hot Rod lanes 4 and 5, Open Wheel lane 7. All right, junior dragster comes to a conclusion. We are moving now into our hot rod class. We've got Sportsman lane 3, Hot Rods lanes 4 and 5, Open Wheel, bring them to staging lane 7, please, and D-Gas. Go ahead and make your way to 5 and 6. Getting everything put together with our next class. Drivers of our next class getting suited up, strapped into their cars. And you'll see them coming up as we move from junior dragsters into our big cars of various categories. First up, we've got Sportsman and Hot Rod, Open Wheel, and D-Gas. D-Gas lanes 5 and 6. D-Gas lanes 5 and 6. Open Wheel lane 7. Hot Rod, some of you are already in 4 and 5. The rest of you come on down. And Sportsman staging lane 3. First generation Looking at the taillights, I'm going, Firebird? It's Firebird or a Camaro, one or the other, first generation. And stops the clocks down in the American Walk-In Coolers lane, 1310, 100.6 miles an hour. Next up, Scuba Shoemaker with the Ford Ranger pickup. 350 cubic inch engine underneath that hood. Race fans, if you are new to the sport, you will see sometimes these drivers start off with a tree that counts down in half-second intervals like that one. That's what we call a full tree. Lapse time 12:98 at 1:05 for Scuba in the Ranger. Sometimes you'll see just a simple flash of all three ambers before the green light. That's what we call a pro tree. There are two types of pro trees, 4/10, a 4/10 flash before the green light, and a 5/10 with a half a second flash before the green light comes on. Kind of hard to tell the difference those until you really have seen it happen a bunch of times. But after you've seen it happen a bunch of times, you'll know the difference immediately, and your drivers definitely know the difference. Open wheel, lane 7, D-gas, lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, lanes 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, lanes 7 and 8. And we have a pair of General Motors G-bodies coming at you. Butch Hesrick from Arroyo Grande, California, as the Green Eggs and Ham 68 Chevelle. Brad Akers has got the 65 Chevelle from Benson, Arizona. So a little border skirmish on the racetrack right now as they cross the finish line. It's going to be 10:79 and 11:13. 125 miles an hour for Butch, 119 miles an hour for Brad. This is our hot rod class. Might be the biggest class here this weekend. Colin Porst from Joshua Tree, California, in the 1967 Chevy Nova, lines up in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. That's on the right side of the center stripe. And the later model Chevy Nova is on the tower side in the 92.9, the Bull lane. Ten thousandths too quick on the trigger, turns on a red light. This is not a problem in a time trial, but it is a problem in eliminations. 10:72 at 124 to a 12:06 at 111. Next up, it's going to be an Oldsmobile Omega. Ryan McCammond from Vail, Arizona. Over on the right side. And on the left side, your tower side, 67 Chevy Chevelle. That's Paul Coleman. Across the finish line, it's going to be the G-body with a 970 at 139 miles an hour. The Oldsmobile, 1146, 120.6 miles an hour on the right. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, Nostalgia Eliminator 3, lanes 7 and 8, please. Drivers bring their cars into the water box, get the tires wet, spin them to clean them and warm them. They'll bring them up to the starting line as we are looking next at Wolfmeyer. Marvin Wolfmeyer's got the 72 Chevy Vega wagon, the old school, on the tower side in the 92.9 lane. Gonna line up next to that Chevrolet Camaro, generation number 3 of the one of the most popular cars ever made. This has been turned into a race car. And the Camaro runs off and hides down that right side of the racetrack, stopping the clocks with an 882 at 146.67 miles an hour. Wolfmeyer's Vega wagon 1122, 116 plus miles an hour. Aaron McHammond down the right side of the racetrack, stopping the clocks across the 1320 at 138.8 miles an hour, 9.52 seconds elapsed time. To be clear, hot rod class, this is your one and only time trial. Next time you go down the racetrack, you will be in eliminations mode. That is the only class for which that applies. All other classes, you get 2 qualifiers before eliminations. Junior comp lane 1. Junior comp lane 1, please. And we are continuing with Hot Rod. Talk about your cool cars. We got a bunch of them. You're going to have a hard time finding a better looking one than the Mopar on the tower side of the racetrack right now. It's the G-body, I think, B-body Mopar on the tower side against the Chevy Vega, 71 vintage on the right side. Wheels up, rolling down that racetrack. They're running for time. This is their only qualifier. Next time they go down the racetrack, it will be in eliminations mode. You'll see a win light, those green lights on the scoreboards, and those apply for normal rules. However, there are no eliminations going on right at this moment. Mark Johns made several runs in that fastback Mustang yesterday out of Vail, Arizona. Got the Gen 1 Firebird on the tower side of the racetrack. Mustang 3000's red. Going to want to hold it back just a little bit in eliminations. 1082 and a 1309 down the track. Haley Hanger going to raise a little in that Buena Park, California-based Chevy 2. Got the 383 power plant. Runs 119 miles an hour in 11.27 seconds. Jeffrey Edwards from Phoenix, Arizona, in the 66 Chevy 2 Nova. Streaks down that American walk-in coolers lane to a 10-10 at 132, almost 133 miles an hour. Just one tick faster would have been 133. George Thomas, a.k.a. T-Bone, 1956 Ford Custom Line. Got a 470 cubic inch big block Chevy under there. If you got a Chevy power plant in a Mustang, they call that a Faux-Stang. I'm not sure what you call a Chevy powered Ford Custom Line from 1956. But the Mariposa Missile puts a 1056 on the board at 125 miles an hour. Next up, Justin Lynch, Whittier, California. 67 Nova. The last year the Novas looked like that. 1968. They made a big change. Lynch is staged and ready to go. 186 reaction time. Elapsed time across the quarter, 985 at 136.1 miles an hour. Howard Gerstel and Cade Renault. Next up, Cade from El Mirage, Arizona is over on the right side. Howard from Sahuarita, Arizona on the tower side in the Pinto. Pinto across the stripe at 982 at 138.9 to an 1115 at 121 for Cade. Race fans, we are getting ever closer, about 22 minutes before high noon and the warm-up chaos begins. Might be some things happening on the racetrack in front of you, but behind you there's going to be some cool things happening as well. Warm-up chaos. We will count it down at high noon. Start lighting those babies up one by one down fuel-altered row. Happy to have you joining us here at Tucson Dragway for Race Day of Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0. What you're seeing on the racetrack has been the first several classes of the ANRA. There's a bunch more coming. Just finished the hot rod class. We've got open wheel, D-Gas, and Nostalgia Eliminator 3 coming your way. Junior Comp, you're coming to staging lane 1, please. Junior Comp, staging lane 1. After Friday night qualifying, we were able to have our A field and B field complete. Of course, you'll see that beginning with the CP Carrillo A field. That is going to be at 2 o'clock, to be followed immediately by our Western Differential B field. Qualifiers 1 through 8 will run on a sportsman ladder, so low qualifier Kevin Knowles be racing Brandon Serafin. Mike Hallstad racing Dylan Winefsky, Jimmy Kelso racing Clint Barnett, and Chris Vogel racing Greg Holman. That's in the A field. In the B field, Rick Schnasby racing Keith Wilson, Mitch Bowen racing John Brewer, Jeff Bennett racing Phil Flower, Sheldon Lofgren racing Steisloff in the Nasty Habit. Here we go. Back to racing. Butch Hedrick and Anthony Byers. Anthony out of Paso Robles, California, has the wagon. As we are in the D-Gas time trial, 11 flat, right side, 1079 left side. The cap in this class is a 1080. Normally 1060, but the altitude adjustment moves it from a 1060 to a 1080. So just a little under and a bit over. T-Bone Thomas brings the Mariposa Missile back up. Gonna fly that 56 Ford down the 92.9 lane. Fly, butterfly, 1052, 126.47 miles an hour, way under the cap. Although this is hot rod. Back to hot rod. All right, race fans, we are 15 minutes out from warm-up chaos. That is going to be on Fuel Altered Alley. If you want to just listen to it from the stands, you can do that. But if you want to experience it up close and personal, you might want to start making your way towards Fuel Altered Alleys. We're going to start lighting them up one by one, going down Fuel Altered Alley, letting you experience warm-up chaos. Back in November, we had the pits filled with fuel altereds, and the fans were taking it in and loving it. So by popular demand, warm-up chaos is back. It's 14 minutes from right now. Colin Porst from Joshua Tree, California, brings the Chevy Nova to the starting line. In the coolers lane, American walk-in coolers. Across the finish line with a 1073 at 123.78 miles an hour. Small block Chevy powered Nova just hooking it down that right side lane. American Walk-In Coolers, your title sponsor for the right lane here at Tucson Dragway. Of course, you may not realize how good a friend American Walk-In Coolers is to you, because when it's 116 outside and you need some cold refreshment, you walk into the convenience store or the grocery store, your favorite beverage is most likely being cooled and or chilled by some of the high-quality products from American Walk-In Coolers. So next time you grab something cold out of the cooler there at the convenience store, just remember American Walk-In Coolers, and they help everything go right in your world and in our world at Tucson Dragway. And now it is time for Nostalgia Eliminator 3. This is Emerson Rose Perez from Modera, California. '27 Ford Roadster with a bow tie under the hood. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, can I get you to lanes 7 and 8, please? Nostalgia Eliminator 2, lanes 7 and 8. Down the right side to a 985, 5 over that 980 index at 137.49 miles an hour. Good way to kick things off in Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the staging lanes, lanes 7 and 8. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, lanes 7 and 8. Seagas. Seagas, let me get you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Warm-up chaos, 10 minutes. Warm-up chaos in 10 minutes, race fans. Coming your way down on Fuel Altered Alley. Get ready for a sensory overload experience with warm-up chaos. We'll count it down, and we'll start it at high noon. Racers and race fans, of course, we want to invite you to tune in your FM radio to Chaos Radio 103.1 on your FM dial. What comes across the public address system, or as the case may be, does not, will come across your FM radio static free. Our low power FM radio station 103.1. Go ahead and tune that one in. We'll keep you posted on what's happening across the FM radio. And we've also got the app. It is Go Dead On Alerts. You can download that app. You'll look for the Tucson Dragway logo. No sign up required. Just download and click the bell next to the Tucson Dragway logo, and you will be good to go with Go Dead On Alerts. We put the announcements from Race Control in print form and text them to you. That's why you want to get that app, Go Dead On Alerts, so you'll know what's happening. It's kind of like flying an airplane. We have redundant systems. We got a public address, we got FM radio, and we now have a third redundant system, the Go Dead On Alerts, trying to make sure that all communications from Race Control reach you on time and accurately. Michael Nitz, Happy Jack, Arizona, with the 23 T-Bucket, 400 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. Going to help that altered get down the quarter mile in a hurry. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 2. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 2. They run on an 880 index. If you look real good, you can see that on the scoreboard there on the tower side, the 92.9, the bull lane. Right down the groove. Michael Nitz with an 894 at 149 miles an hour. C gas lanes 4 and 5, B gas lanes 2 and 3, please. A gas lanes 5 and 6. Continuing here with Nostalgia Eliminator 2. On the 880 index, small block powered slingshot dragster from 1970. It's Hallie Maroney from Mesa. Haley Maroney, 083 reaction time. 5:55 at 122 miles an hour across the 8th, and 8:82 at 147.5 across the quarter. C gas, lanes 4 and 5. B gas, lanes 2 and 3. Less than 5 minutes until warm-up chaos. If you want to get some of those nitro fumes, feel some of that thump up close, I want to make your way down to Fuel Altered Alley. So we're about 4 minutes out. We'll count it down for you, and they will kick it off at straight up noon. Justin Rathert from Lake Havasu, Arizona. 540 cubic inch power plant and a Fiat Topolino bodied altered. Ready to run down the 92.9 lane. Perfect reaction time. Look at those zeros on top of the scoreboard. May not be a Kodak moment for everybody, but it certainly is for Justin. 873, 151.6 miles an hour. Nice lap. Okay, race fans, it's about time for warm-up chaos. I've got it on the timer, and we will count it down here momentarily. Warm-up chaos, 30 seconds. Lindsay Lister from Los Angeles, California with the 72 Shoemaker front engine dragster ready to go down that American walk-in coolers lane on the track. And on Fuel Altered Alley, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, light them up! Warm-up chaos is underway. I can hear it from here, and I'm inside. I hope you're getting some of that action with warm-up chaos down on Fuel Altered Alley. 878 on the track, 152 miles an hour for the dragster out of Los Angeles. A-Gas, lanes 5 and 6, please. A-Gas, lanes 5 and 6. NE1, lanes 7 and 8. NE1, lanes 7 and 8. Coming at you now. Junior Comp. Isabel Lily Perez on the tower side. Emerson Rose Perez on the right side. Moderna, California. Modera. You can look on the scoreboard, see the index for this category, 6.90 seconds. The objective, when you're in eliminations mode, don't go red, get there first, don't go under 6.90 seconds. First time we've seen the junior comp teams out this weekend, so this is their first time trial. Going to see what the weather conditions and the track conditions will offer. They are staged and ready. Across the finish line, 689 right side, 691 left side, 103 miles an hour for Isabel. Emerson, 689. Man, we're getting that serenade from warm-up chaos. They're making their way down fuel-altered alley. You hear the different sounds from the different powertrain combinations. Little pop, little methanol, supercharged cars, fuel-injected cars, turbocharged cars. Man, what a show last night from Nitro Mike with the PT Cruiser wheel stander. I'm told we get to see him twice tonight. After the semifinals of Fuel Altered and after the finals of Fuel Altered. C-Gas, Aaron McCammon from Vail, Arizona with the Cowboy Cadillac. Takes that American walk-in coolers lane. Wheels up on the launch, 980 the index. Adjusted for altitude in Arizona, 956 the elapsed time for McCammon, 130.1 miles an hour. B-Gas, I'm sure you are already in lanes 2 and 3. A-Gas, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, lanes 7 and 8. Rocky Young from Bermuda Dunes, California, 1941 Studebaker champion on the left side. Tony Pesquera from Tucson, Arizona, takes that right side lane with a 1967 Camaro. 971, 138 for Tony. 1037, 125 for Rocky. Luis Valenzuela from Tucson. 1983 Chevrolet Camaro, the third generation of the F-body. When this third generation of the Chevrolet Camaro came out, I got to tell you, I didn't think there would ever be a better looking car. Ever. Some would say there never has been. Certainly up for debate, but it's definitely a good looker. And the adaptations made to put them on funny cars, man, I still love those. Valenzuela down the right side, 0-2-0 reaction time. And across the finish line with an 883 at 146.8 miles an hour. 3 over the index. Man, go ahead and put on a smoke show for us. What a burnout, Mark Lager. Timmerman Gorman on the tower side in the 1955 Chevy. Mark Lager on the right side, the 1964 Nova. Supercharged big, small block Chevy with 427 cubic inches. That'll throw you off. 605 cubic inches underneath the hood of the 55 on the tower side. Neil Westbrook, 68 Camaro. Next up at the starting line in the 92.9, the Bull lane. Westbrook across the finish line, 8.74 seconds, 161.68 miles an hour. Into our B gas category, we've got A gas and Nostalgia Eliminator 1 yet to go on this first group. A gas lanes 5 and 6. A gas lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Lane 7 and 8, please. Race day at Tucson Dragway with the second ever fuel altered chaos, warm-up chaos. was a blast. I can't tell if it's still going on or not, but I think I would know if it was because that sound and the sensory experience, hope you've enjoyed that in a big, big way. We could hear it from over here as the teams would fire them up. We appreciate their ongoing commitment to the fan experience. Hey, if you haven't got something great to eat, something cold to drink, we've certainly got plenty of vendors here to satisfy your appetite. And in addition to that, we've also got the official event shirts at the Nitro Chaos, Fuel Altered Chaos, Funny Car Chaos merchandise trailer. It is located between the tower and the pit side grandstands. You won't have much trouble finding it with those banners that say Chaos. And let Mel fix you up with official event shirt while they still have your size. I wouldn't wait too much longer, as some of the sizes are very low, and I think one is already gone. And moving now to Nostalgia Eliminator 1. The quickest and fastest of our Nostalgia Eliminator cars. Randall Ferguson from La Habra Heights, California. Big block Chevy with a supercharger and fuel injection and that front engine dragster over on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Pace quickens a bit with the cap of 7.80 seconds. Randall Ferguson legs it across the quarter mile, stopping the clocks with an 8:34 at 154 or almost 155 miles an hour. Good looking lap. And we are in our initial hits for our American Nostalgia Racing Association competitors. We have made our way up to Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Just got a chance to see Randall Ferguson put an 8:34 on the scoreboard at just about 155 miles an hour. Got fire in the pipes of our next car. Hans Jacob from Lake Havasu, Arizona. Look at this blue dragster. Telling you what, could be a car show. But this is definitely a show and go front engine dragster from Lake Havasu, 2002 Hanson front engine dragster chassis. The big block Chevy sporting 565 cubic inches. On the scoreboard, you see the index for the category. That's the magic number, some of us say. That's the number they're shooting for. 7.80 seconds would be perfect. Those of us that have been coming to the drags for a long time, back in the late 60s, early 70s, this is what top fuel cars looked like back in the day. Interestingly enough, this is about how fast top fuel cars went in the late 60s. 6-second performances began to show up. By the time the front engine dragster was deemed to be obsolete for top fuel racing, they were running down in the 6.4 second zone. 850, 159.94 miles an hour for Hans Jacob. Of course, they also did get down as far as the 16s in slingshot top fuel competition in the early 70s. But the back motor cars really took over. But American Nostalgia Racing Association keeps the tradition alive as these teams running with the motor out front. Great to see each and every one of you here at Tucson Dragway for race day. We've got eliminations coming up for our fuel altered categories at 2 o'clock. That is right after our opening ceremony at 1:50. We will give those fuel altered cars a call sometime around 1:30. So we have got another group of another session for our Nostalgia Racing Association teams, our ANRA teams, as they go through a process of a couple of qualifiers. So we'll give them every opportunity to get their cars dialed in and qualify in the order that they're hoping to get to, if they can. We have got multiple classes with all kinds of teams and all kinds of cars from all around the country here at Tucson Dragway today, and we're glad that you came to be a part of it with us here on race day. We will be presenting trophies and checks and accolades and pats on the back, and there will probably be some very jubilant folks this evening once the racing has come to a conclusion, and you'll get a chance to experience those winner circle celebrations if you hang around with us and see what it looks like, what it feels like whenever these teams turn on that last win light of the day. It is a rush, and it's one of those things that will hook you, keep you coming back to the racetrack for decade after decade, year after year. Great food and great beverages available from our multitude of vendors out there close to the Nitro Club, which is right behind the pitside grandstands, in case you hadn't got that message yet. Great food of all different types. Do stay hydrated. The breeze is keeping it feeling a little cooler, but it is hot. It is definitely a warm day in Tucson. So stay hydrated, stay well fed, and enjoy all the action coming your way. Just like this, Joseph Scaduto from Lake Havasu, Arizona. 210-inch wheelbase on that dyed chassis front engine dragster. 370 cubic inches of bow tie power will motivate that car down the racetrack. Looking for 7.80 seconds. Qualify against the index, closest to 780 without going under. Gets that #1 qualified position. When you wind up with an odd number of cars, that bye run will really come in handy because it's a free pass to the next round. So how you qualify very definitely matters, regardless of what class you race in. .786, 174.36 miles an hour. Scuduto has got that dragster dialed in right. So we have made it all the way through our American Nostalgia Racing Association categories with their first run down the track. They have taken their cars back to their pit area. Attention in the pits, please. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters. Junior dragster 1, staging lane 1. Junior dragster 2, staging lane 2. Junior dragster 3, staging lane 1. Junior dragster 4, staging lane 2. Go ahead and bring them to the staging lanes now. Still in time trials. Junior dragster. Junior dragster time trial to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragster 1, lane 1. Junior dragster 2, lane 2. Junior dragster 3, lane 1. Junior dragster 4, lane 2. Bring them to the staging lanes for me, please. Junior dragsters. I want to welcome our live stream audience joining us here at Tucson Dragway. Happy to have you here for race day of Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0. We've got our ladders set. We have an A field and a B field with 8 cars set to go head-to-head at 2 o'clock Pacific time. Have to keep that straight. Arizona does not observe daylight saving time, so we are on Pacific time. In addition to our 2 8-car fields, we have got a $1,000 grudge match between the Nightmare Altered, Van Heskett driver Randy Mueller, and Pat Neal and the Sharp family's Pinball Wizard. Little extra with some matchsticks on the line. Plus, we've got Nitro Mike here with the PT Cruiser wheel stander. Guinness Book of World Records record holder for the longest run on two wheels. He showed you exactly how he got that title last night because he was on two wheels way past the quarter mile. I'm not sure exactly how far it was before he set it down. But man, what a show. And you're going to get a chance to see that a couple of times tonight after the fuel-altered semifinals and after the fuel-altered final round. So all that plus the American Nostalgia Racing Association coming your way at Tucson Dragway this afternoon. Happy to have you here in person or on the live stream joining us for race day. I've got junior dragsters called to the staging lane for your second time trial. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 as called. To the staging lanes, please. Sportsmen, stand by. So race fans, I don't have the name of every food vendor out there, but I do have the names of several. And of course, right behind the Nitro Club there, between the Nitro Club and Fuel Altered Alley, you can pick just about anything you might like because we have a whole bunch of great vendors. It's almost like going to the state fair out there. So many vendors with great food and drink for you. We have got Donut Blitz. We've got Coffee to Cones. We've got SJ's Yummy Kettle Corn. We got Sweet Rolls, rolled ice cream. Gonzalo's Concessions with tacos and bacon-wrapped burritos and much, much more. And I don't have the whole list, but you can take a stroll down there and you can probably take a look at the menu and see just exactly what you like. We've got dinner and a show for you. The show's on the racetrack. Dinner's out there in the pits. Get yourself something delicious and enjoy it here at Tucson Dragway. Junior dragsters to the staging lane as called. Sportsman, lane 3. Sportsman, second time trial, lane 3, please. Race fans, we encourage you to invite your friends to come on out and join you. It's a sunny day at Tucson Dragway. We got 0 clouds, but we do have a 100% chance of thunder at 2 o'clock. You're going to experience that up close and personal with the thunder. On the racetrack at Tucson Dragway is the Fuel Altereds. The A field will lead us off into round 1 eliminations. ANRA Sportsman class, lane 3, please. ANRA Sportsman, lane 3. Hot Rod, you might want to start making your way to the lanes. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Hot Rod, lanes 4 and 5. Saturday afternoon, Tucson Dragway. Happy to have you joining us. We got great food. We've got our official event shirts and all the Chaos merchandise available over here close to the tower. If you come over here and you're looking for sweet rolls, that rolled ice cream, got to tell you, that one's got me intrigued. I have to go by and see them before the day is over. I encourage you to go out and do that. And, of course, while you're over there getting your rolled ice cream, right across the way, you get those official event shirts from Mel and his team at the Chaos trailer, as they've got those official event shirts featuring a couple of Arizona's best fuel altereds, as evidenced by the fact that they qualified number 1 and number 2. So go by and check those out and get your family outfitted, and certainly take care of your Father's Day shopping right here today. Junior dragsters coming up, sportsmen coming up. Hot rod lanes 4 and 5, please. Hot rod lanes 4 and 5. All right, hot rod, in case there was any confusion, this is not an elimination round. We have not started any elimination rounds, even in hot rod, despite the fact that that word might have got out. This is not an elimination round. So we are still in your time trials. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 as assigned. Sportsman, lane 3. Hot rod, lanes 4 and 5. Hot rod, lanes 4 and 5. This is for a time trial. Race fans, you get the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that every ticket at Tucson Dragway is a pit pass. One of the things that brought a big smile to my face early this morning was seeing folks parking and walking across the staging lanes to get over to the pit side. Again, every ticket is a pit pass. So you get the chance to go by and see the cars, meet the crews and the drivers, pick up those hero cards that a lot of them bring. They love to send those beautiful full-color hero cards home with you. One of the things that will help you remember the great time you had at Tucson Dragway. We'd love to have you come back in November 6th and 7th, for the next Fuel Altered Chaos. We had so much fun last November that we decided to add another one, so that's what this one's all about. And then the November race promises to be bigger and better than ever. We race through June at Tucson Dragway. We take the heat of the summer off with July and August, and we go back to racing in September. So we're glad you're here to be part of it as we wind down this first half of the 2026 season. Fuel Altered Chaos so far only races at Tucson Dragway. We'll see what 2027 holds, but man, I can't think of a better time or a better place than to be at Tucson Dragway for Fuel Altered Chaos. The Chaos franchise will be moving to Norwalk, Ohio next weekend on the Memorial Day weekend for the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals up at Summit Motorsports Park. The Bader family's establishment that people put on their bucket list for getting to events that are done there. We expect this Chaos Super Nationals to be one more stellar event as the entry list is strong, ticket sales are strong, and it is going to be a lot of fun to see our family, friends, and extended family up there at Norwalk at Summit Motorsports Park for the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals. If you haven't already got your tickets, made your plans to get there next weekend, well, it's getting late, but it's not too late. We would love to have you join us up there for the first ever event of a Chaos race with both Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos in action at the Chaos Super Nationals. A little closer to home for you at Penwell Knights Raceway at Odessa, Texas. That's in 2 weeks. We'll have the West Texas Nitro Shootout with the funny cars coming in. Penwell opened 60 years ago. Part of what they were known for was funny car races. So the West Texas Nitro Shootout is going to be in 2 weeks at Penwell Knights Raceway, Penwell, Texas, just on the west side, just out a little ways from the west side of Odessa, Texas, right along I-20. John Brewer III takes that right side American walk-in coolers lane. Lines up with Dalton Akers. Dalton in the 92.9, the bull lane. Junior dragsters getting their time trials in. Trying to see just exactly how the cars will respond to, it's not really the track conditions at Tucson Dragway that are the variable, it's the weather. Brewer down that right lane, Akers down the left lane. Pair of our young junior dragster racers. Brewer stopping the clocks with a 12.78 at 49.6 miles an hour. 14.25 at 45 plus miles an hour for Dalton Akers. Second call, Hot Rod, lanes 4 and 5, please. Second call, Hot Rod, lanes 4 and 5 for a time trial. First call, open wheel. First call, open wheel, lane 7. At the starting line, our junior dragsters back in action. Junior dragsters continue to shine. 1176, 54.5 miles an hour to 1201 at 52.8 miles an hour.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hey, it's great to be in here with Dave. This is a wonderful thing. And like I say, you got some of the junior guys that are here putting on a great show for you for ANRA junior dragsters. But here on the far side, or here on the 92.9, the Bull Lane, you see Grandpa out there tuning him up. You've seen Grandpa in his Corvette Roadster. So Grandpa going to do a little testing and tuning for grandson here in the left lane. And, of course, over there in the right-hand lane, Mr. Rojo. So they come up out of the Tucson area, of course. So for the Rojos, and sponsored by Fry's. What a big sponsor that is. How cool is that? So you pick that up. Little red light start. Rojo, 29 on the red side. But wow, this left lane, 92.9, the Bull Lane. The grandson goes 20 green. Then 47 miles an hour on an 8.8. Rojo goes 45 miles an hour with a 7 at 8.8 and a 6. So our young junior dragsters, the future of drag racing, here for all to see. This is kind of a neat deal, a little extra for you in the grandstands. And these kids, well, I tell you what, these kids can, you look at some of the sportsman categories and some of the big cars that come out, and they're not going as fast as some of these 10-year-olds through that 8th mile. So it's kind of interesting to watch them And these kids grow up, and you've seen a bunch of them in the big cars too. So a lot of our kids have grown up and gone on to bigger and better things. Like we got one of the altered drivers that was in a junior dragster, and I think Dylan was actually a junior dragster champion, both here and at Firebird up in Phoenix. So the kids go on to bigger and better things, and actually Dylan Winefsky, say besides doing the altered, he's doing I believe a top fuel funny car. So he's done really well in the Nitro Moose. So here's Jace Renault. Renault, you'll see Jace. Jace, I believe, is in the older age group, and Jace, you'll see him probably a little bit later on if Dad's not driving the Chevelle, or the Malibu. If Dad's not driving it, they're going to let Jace in it, and Jace has picked up a Wally about 2 weeks ago over in Las Vegas in the junior dragster. So he's done very, very well once he got into the big cars. So he's done well there. And like I say, Justin Renault, Dad, we'll see Dad or Jace, one of the two, will be driving that Malibu here shortly, I think, in the ANRA. So Jace going to get away with a red light start here, but hey, when you're by yourself, it makes no difference. Going to go 8th hour red. 1.7 on a 60-foot time. Going to get that 660, goes 52 miles an hour on a 7.8. Not a bad hit. So got to be right around that 790. So you're about 700, a little under. So they're going to have a look at it and see. But Justin's going to have to tune that down just a little bit, or when you go under like that, 783 with a 3. So about 700 under. Another one of our junior dragster kids that has moved up into the big car, Allison Bollet. And Allison, boy, I tell you what, Allison has done so well in both the junior dragsters. They went out clear over to Tennessee or something, probably not sometime early on this year. They went over to Tennessee or Alabama or somewhere over in the mid-coast area out there. And she picked up the win. Her and Sarah Kidd, both Allison in category and Sarah in category. So we've got a little competition going on already. Got best 2 out of 3. Nah, looks like Kenny Bollet. So Allison Bollet over there in her junior dragster. So like I say, she's done extremely well for so long, and now she's up in the big car. So I believe we'll see her in the hot rod category. We teched her in a little bit earlier, and she's in her Chevelle, or her big car anyway. Can't remember if it was a Chevelle or a Boo, but the both of them. And here in the left lane, looks like a Mike Boss chassis here on the tower side anyway. So I don't get to see those too often. They have the mono strut wing as well as a almost enclosed cockpit. So Mike Boss builds a few of these, not too many, but I think Hunter Jones, one of our first ones that we got to see out here, sponsored by Jones, Bill Jones and company, George, Bill and Cerise. So they one of the first Mike Boss chassis ever to hit the strip here at Tucson Dragway. But we'll get you a name on this one. Oh, it looks like Isabella Pyrus. Now, I believe during our junior dragster divisional, Isabella did so well, she took home all the marbles as well as the bag of donuts. So for Isabella, she's here in the left-hand lane, decided to come back and do a little more, see if she could take some more home. But she's got a tough competitor over there, Allison Bollet, in the right-hand lane, or the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Isabella here in the left lane, or the 92.9 The Bull radio station. So both of them into pre-stage. As you know, we do have the Portatree system. So a perfect reaction time is 000. Allison doesn't go red very often. She went red 15 this time. 19 for Isabella. Isabella gets there first, 52.29 on a mile an hour, 7.86. So we might still be having a little bit of trouble with our mile an hour cones out there, as I believe 52 mile an hour, not quite a 7.8. And it looks like Allison is 7.8 as well at 52 to 56. So we'll check on that, make sure everything is the same for you. So, but Allison, like I say, Allison doesn't go red very often, and a 15 red there. Well, not sure if that didn't complete that round of our junior dragsters.
Bruce, it sounds to me like your junior dragster teams from here in Tucson represent themselves well across the country.
Extremely well. These kids, boy, they chop the tree down and then they run the numbers. So, you know, as you do, put a little number on the window, and boy, these kids are within a thou usually. And, of course, leaving the starting line, they're about the same way. Them double O's up on the scoreboard, that's where our kids really excel. So, Dave, it's kind of interesting to keep tabs on some of the stuff that goes on around the country. And Tucson is mentioned a lot, especially in junior dragsters. Dave, back to you. Thank you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you chiming in here and putting your expertise to use. Man, it's been fun to watch you all day long as they've been having you do more things than announcers usually get to do or usually have to do. It's great that you've got that skill set to add to your incredible skill set as an announcer. Tucson Dragway, very blessed to have a awesome staff here to make sure that race by race, weekend by weekend, it's a good experience for the racers and the fans. We love seeing that, and it makes it so much fun for us to come to Tucson. We have been extremely impressed both times out here. So it looks like we are ready to move into our sportsman class. Final call, hot rod. Final call, hot rod, lanes 4 and 5. Second call, open wheel, staging lane 7. First call, D-gas, lanes 5 and 6. Ken Rader, Vail, Arizona, 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Lines up on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in coolers lane. Steve Shoemaker got the Ranger on the tower side of the racetrack. That left lane Ranger, haven't seen it in the right lane very often. Scuba prefers the left side. Green lights on both sides as they send them on down the racetrack. We're still time trialing with our ANRA competitors, giving them every opportunity to dial the cars in. 1297 left, 1318 right. Both cars over 100 miles an hour. Ken 100.3. Scuba 104.9. Next up, that second generation Chevy Nova, Allison Bollet, from right here in Tucson. Moving up from junior dragsters, Allison Bollet, 1210, 110.96 miles an hour. Pretty as you please down that right side lane. Approaching the top of the hour, we're broadcasting from the Tower of Power at 103.1 on your FM dial. This weekend, it's KAOS FM. And we have got our ANRA competitors fired up, tires smoking, bringing them to the starting line. Brad Akers, Benson, Arizona, the white Chevelle, takes the tower side in the 92.9 lane. Butch Hesrick from Big Creek, California, 68 Chevy Chevelle, the green eggs and ham. Across the finish line they go, 11:16, 119 miles an hour for Akers. 13:81, 57.79 miles an hour off the throttle. And on a little bit of a slow roll in the shutdown area is the green eggs and ham. Hopefully not a problem. That can't be remedied very simply. But that car is slowly heading towards the exit, just not there yet. Keeping our eyes on the shutdown area. Car makes the turn, we're good to go. Paul Coleman, Rio Rico, Arizona. And T-Bone Thomas from Mariposa, California. The missile. Mariposa missile, fly on. Both drivers just under perfect with 00 reds. 972 and 1055 the elapsed times, 139 miles an hour. Big speed tower side for Coleman, 125.5. For the Mariposa missile. Luis Valenzuela Sr. out of Tucson takes that right side lane in the third generation Camaro. Steve Valdez on the tower side in the 71 Chevy Vega. Largest of our ANRA classes this weekend is the hot rod class. That's what you're seeing right now. Valenzuela down that right side in the Camaro, stopping the clocks quick with an 883, 146.95 miles an hour. 1060, 124.6 for Valdez on the left side out of Douglas. The Oldsmobile from Vail, Arizona, that's Ryan McCammon on the tower side. That's an 1983 vintage car. Colin Force from Joshua Tree, California, 434 cubic inch small block Chevy powered Nova. Takes the American walk-in coolers lane. 5,000ths red tower side, doesn't really matter, it's a time trial, but they'll want to tighten that up for eliminations. 1075 and 1142 your elapsed times. Both cars over 120 miles an hour. Next up, the old school Vega, Camback they called them. Wagon, Wolfmeyer from Vail, Arizona. 72 vintage, 1 year back of the original Chevy Vega, but exactly the same. Marketing at the time was they would not change the Vega just for change's sake. They did go back on that just a little early as they put that aerodynamic front end on it in 1974. But not a lot of difference. Cade Renault, El Mirage, Arizona on the right side in the Malibu. Both drivers, good reaction times. Make their way across the finish line with 11:17 and 11:30 elapsed times. Right around 119 on both sides of the racetrack. Open wheel, lane 7. Open wheel, lane 7. D-gas, lanes 5 and 6, please. First call, NE3, lanes 7 and 8. At the starting line, Haley Hanger and Mark Johns. Haley on the left side, Mark on the right side. Chevy 2 and a fastback Mustang. '69 and 1970, those fastback Mustangs were just about as cool could get. Fact of the matter is, in this boy's opinion, they still are. Mustang goes 1083 at 123.8 miles an hour to an 1153 at 118 for Haley in the Chevy 2. Howard Gerstel, Sahuarita, Arizona, Tower Side in the Pinto with the checkerboard design on the side. Got that small block Chevy power to take it down the racetrack. Looks like big block Chevy power pushing that Chevy Nova down the right side lane. That is Jeffrey Edwards from Phoenix. Pinto way early on the launch. Jeffrey Edwards 011, looking good, 998 to 1011, 133.5 miles an hour in the Nova, 125, almost 126 in the Pinto. The Dodge Dart, I saw this one yesterday, Dodge Dart Swinger, good looking Mopar. D-Gas, lanes 5 and 6. NE3, lanes 7 and 8. Tyler Sally brings the Dodge to the starting line in the 92.9 lane. 11 thousandths of a second from perfect reaction time. Takes the Pentastar across the finish line to an 11:48 at 114 miles an hour. Race day at Tucson Dragway, bringing it to a worldwide audience at Tucson Dragway's YouTube channel. For those of you that have plugged in and tuned in to Tucson Dragway's YouTube channel, thank you for being here. We're excited that you've chosen to be a part of it. We've got Fuel Altereds coming up at 2 o'clock. We are qualifying and time trialing right now with the American Nostalgia Racing Association competitors. Quite a few cars and quite a few classes. We will get them down the racetrack and get them qualified for their first round of eliminations. National anthem coming up just before 2 o'clock, and we will light up our first pair of Fuel Altereds. We're calling them to the staging lanes at 1:30. So getting ever closer. Race fans, hope you found some of those great taste treats that we've brought in for you here at Tucson Dragway. Whether you like it hot and savory or cold and sweet, we've got it for you. A variety of food vendors. It's like going to the fair. Be sure and partake. Keep yourself well fed and hydrated so you can experience all the joy of a great racing day at Tucson Dragway with us. Excited that you're here to be a part of it. Next up, the Mariposa Missile, bringing us a Another case of deja vu. Mariposa, California. Home for T-Bone Thomas. Anthony Byers from Paso Robles, California, with the Nova wagon. Slam down on the ground, reduce that drag. The missile way up high like it's going to take off. They're both quick. In fact, they're really closely matched in performance. 1088 for T-Bone. 1093 for Anthony. Cade Renault from El Mirage, Arizona brings the Chevy Malibu to the starting line in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. We are now into D-Gas. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, lanes 7 and 8. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, lanes 7 and 8. Junior Comp, lane 1. Junior Comp, lane 1. Cade in the Malibu stops the clocks at 11:27, over 118 miles an hour. After the Malibu comes the Nova. D-Gas running this weekend. You can see the number on the scoreboard, 10.8 seconds. That's your magic number. Or the cap, or the index. Several different terms mean the same thing. A 1080 would be a perfect run. 1087 for the Nova, 122.6 miles an hour. Junior Comp, lane 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, lane 7 and 8. All you fans here in person, you are joined by an audience from around the country. We had a lot of people checking in last night via messenger, via text, via social media message, and lots of folks tuned in to see what's happening at Tucson Dragway, because it's always happening around here, especially when Fuel Altered Chaos is in town. We had some great performances. We had some tough times. And we, of course, are all sending out our thoughts, best wishes, and prayers to Kyle Huff as his road to recovery has begun with his first of what will apparently be several surgeries taking place last night. So all the best to him. Thanks to all the fellow racers and the emergency staff here that pulled together to take care of that unfortunate situation on the racetrack yesterday. Emerson Rose Perez from Madera, California. Left steer Ford Roadster. Next to go down that right side lane. .033 green light. chasing that 980 cap. And the lapse time 972, 140 miles an hour, a little under. Junior comp, lane 1, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, lanes 7 and 8. Seagas, lanes 4 and 5. The ANRA categories making their time trials and qualification runs right here, right now. Their first round of eliminations coming up after they have concluded their qualifications. We are on track for a 2 o'clock start with Fuel Altered Chaos kicking things off with the CB Carrillo A field. Concession vendors have got great food for you there. Hope you're enjoying some of those sweet treats and savory delights that they've got for you. Do make sure that you're keeping water and sports drinks in you so that your hydration level is good. Official event shirts and Chaos merchandise available close to the tower here at the Chaos merchandise trailer. Go by and make sure that they've still got your size for the official event shirts. What a design, with a tip of the hat to a couple of the great Arizona fuel altered racers prominently featured on the official event shirt. Make sure you get yourself some of those for all the fathers and grandfathers and gearheads in your life. You can take care of that shopping today while you're here. We had a couple of dozen fuel altereds in the house for testing on Thursday, qualifications yesterday. Unfortunately, some of them experienced some breakage. We wind up qualifying 16, but we do have an extra special item for you with a $1,000 grudge match agreed to by the Nightmare team out of Texas and the Pinball Wizard team out of Arizona. So after the first round of eliminations, you're going to get a chance to see Pat Neal and Randy Mueller square off in that fuel-altered grudge match. Plus, Nitro Mike, after wowing the crowd with an incredible show in that PT Cruiser wheel stander from British Columbia, really did a great job, and we're going to see him a couple of times tonight after the semifinals of Fuel Altered and after the final round. Big money, great trophies, a lot of bragging rights, and more on the line with the race day festivities at Tucson Dragway. Of course, we're bringing it to a worldwide audience on the live stream. We are at a little tiny break in the action with the ANRA cars making their qualification and time trial runs. Next class just about ready to suit up, strap in, and take to the racetrack. Glad you chose to be a part of it. If you haven't made a new friend already this weekend, we invite you to extend the hand of fellowship to somebody, because at a chaos race, rule number one is to have fun. So the chances are good to excellent that you're around somebody that's here to have fun. That's somebody that you probably ought to know. You might be making a best friend for life. So if you see somebody that you don't know, and they're enjoying the racing as much as you are, extend that hand of fellowship and introduce yourself, and you guys enjoy the racing together today. There's going to be a lot of it. It's going to be fun. We are looking for a first round starting at 2 o'clock for our fuel altereds. We are qualifying and running time trials for our ANRA competitors right now. Once they have that set, then we will start their eliminator rounds as well. But we will complete qualifications and eliminations in all classes today, so you get a chance to witness and experience the thrill of victory with the teams racing in every single class here today. Heads up, fuel altered racers, we're going to call you to the staging lanes in about 10 minutes for that 2 o'clock start. We will start, of course, with our CP Carrillo A field. We'll call you first. B field, we won't need you to the staging lanes until you are called. We'll get everybody to the staging lanes at the appropriate time. Be ready to go with that 2 o'clock start time in fuel altereds. Race number 85 in the history of the Chaos franchise. Started with a one-off deal at North Star Dragway in the fall of 2017. Had so much fun at that one, we decided to do some more. Here we are 85 races later. It's kind of the same vibe as there was at November when we brought the very first fuel-altered Chaos to Tucson Dragway. It wasn't just the first one for Tucson Dragway, it was the first one anywhere. Man, what a blast we had. It was a great time. Decided to come back for a mid-year stop, and we'll be back once again in November for what will now be the third fuel-altered Chaos. That's coming your way. Sounds like we are just about ready to put another pair of cars on the racetrack. All right, B-Gas and Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the staging lanes, please. B-Gas, you're coming to lanes 2 and 3. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to lanes 7 and 8. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, lanes 7 and 8. B-Gas. Lanes 2 and 3. Bring them on down, please. Fuel Altered Chaos is proud to represent Dean Dubbin and DMP Awnings. When you're going to the races, or you're going to the rodeo, or you're going any place with outdoor activities, when you've got to contend with the Arizona sun, you want to make sure you are protected from the elements. DMP Awning is a name that you can count on. All the racing community definitely does. And Dean Dubbin, with his factory in Minnesota, everything is American made. It's the highest quality. If you need logos, designs put on your awning to represent your company or your sponsors, they can certainly do that there. They do it all in-house. But DMP Awning, the official awning of all things chaos. If you're looking for a way to protect yourself in the pits, at the lake, wherever your RV or your concessions trailer or event trailer happens to be, the awning to protect you and your equipment is available at DMP Awnings. When you reach out to them on social media or on their website, be sure and let them know that Chaos sent you. It is junior comp time. Emerson Rose Perez and Isabel Lily Perez. Junior comp, you can tell by the sound, the motorcycle engines behind the drivers there. Make for a quick, exciting ride. Some of our junior dragster racers reach the end of their eligibility, but not quite ready to go all the way to big cars. These are very exciting race cars. Getting a chance to see two of these quick ones right now. They run on a 690 index, as you can see on the scoreboards. Deep stage on the right side. Tree flashes to send them on the way. They are closely matched. Once again, 691 and 689. Isabel, 103 miles an hour. Emerson, 100 miles an hour. Both of them very close around that 690 magic number. It's Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Lindsay Lister on the tower side, Haley Maroney on the opposite side. 880 the magic number for Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Lindsay in the 1972 Shoemaker front engine dragster on the tower side of the racetrack. Haley in that 1970 front engine dragster. Both drivers, both teams using small block Chevy power. And the dragsters cross the finish line, 880, right on the money with a 9 after an 011 reaction time. Lindsay Lister, 151 miles an hour, good run. Haley Maroney just a few ticks under with an 875 down the American Walk-In Coolers side. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. A field. Fuel altereds. A field fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please. A field fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please, for your first round. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Next up, Michael Nitz and Justin Rathert. Michael from Happy Jack, Arizona on the left side. Rathert from Lake Havasu on the right side. Once again, A field fuel altered to the staging lanes. A field fuel altered to the staging lanes, please. $5,000's green, $5,000's red. They were hitting all around that perfect reaction time. And the altered stopping the clocks with 884 for Justin, 895 for Michael. So the call has gone out, race fans. Fuel altereds to the lanes. A field fuel altereds to the lanes for your first round. B-Gas lanes 2 and 3. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, lanes 7 and 8. Aaron McCammon brings the El Camino from Vail, Arizona. Lines it up in the 92.9 lane. And Justin Lynch from Whittier, California brings the Chevy Nova, lines it up in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Our C-Gas competitors take that Pro Tree start, chasing that magic number of 9.80 seconds. How close will they get? 972 left side, 988 right side. Lynch 136 miles an hour, McCammon 126. So race fans, we have called our CP Carrillo A field to the staging lanes for round one, number 1 in Fuel Altered Chaos. Kevin Knowles, your low qualifier, taking on Brandon Serafine. It's Say What versus Spare Change. Number 2 qualifier, Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport Altered, taking on number 6 qualifier, Clint Barnett in the Rat Wagon. Number 3 qualifier, Michael Hallstead in the Black Pearl, taking on Dylan Winefsky in the Plan A. And Chris Vogel, number 4 qualifier in the Mental Therapy, taking on Greg Holman, number 8 qualifier in the Carbon Copy. Those 8 racers are on their way to the staging lanes for their date with each other. They'll find their dance partner and square off in round number 1. Fuel Altered Chaos, round number 1, just ahead here at Tucson Dragway. Showing up like the stars they are. Gassers, always a gas at the drags. 55 Chevy Tower side, Chevy 2 on the right side. That's Timmerman Gorman from Bakersfield in the 55 Chevy, and Mark Lager from somewhere Arizona in the Chevy 2. As they leg it across the finish line, it is an 887 left side, 881 right side. 880 again, the magic number. 153 miles an hour for Lager, 155.5 for Gorman. Neil Westbrook and Luis Valenzuela next to the starting line. Valenzuela with the Gen 3 Camaro out of Tucson takes the right side. And Neil Westbrook in the Gen 1 1968 Camaro takes that left side 92.9 lane. .9 the Bull, your source for new country. Down at the 1320, 881, just one over the perfect number, Luis Valenzuela, 150 miles an hour. It's a 160.5 mile per hour pass for the 68 Camaro of Neil Westbrook. Just a little under the magic, just a little over the magic number with an 886. CP Carrillo bringing you the A field in Fuel Altered Chaos. Our A field competitors on their way to the staging lanes for round number 1 in those matchups. Carbon Copy versus Mental Therapy, Rat Wagon versus Speed Sport, Plan A versus Black Pearl, and Spare Change versus Say What. So race fan, just to give you a heads up on those official event shirts, we knew they would go fast, and we were right. XL is sold out. There's one 4X left, All other sizes are down to between 10 and 20 shirts left in each of those sizes. So if you snooze, you lose. But the official event shirts, most sizes anyway, all but 2 sizes, still available, but very limited quantity. So I would not hesitate to get my official event shirt for this second Fuel Altered Chaos, as they have already been disappearing fast. Make sure you get yours before your size is gone. A Field, Fuel Altered Chaos. A Field, Fuel Altered Chaos. You should be in the staging lanes. You probably already are, but if not, it's time to get there. CP Carrillo, A Field. CP Carrillo, A Field, Fuel Altered, to the staging lanes now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. B Field, Fuel Altered, to the staging lanes, please. B Field, Fuel Altered, to the staging lanes, please. B Field, Fuel Altered, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Nasby versus Wilson. Bowen versus Brewer. Bennett versus Flower. Lofgren versus Steislauf. So B Field, Fuel Altereds, to the staging lanes, please. B Field, Fuel Altereds. Chaotic, Witch Doctor, Rust Bucket, Gatekeeper, No Mercy, Some Kind of Monster, Arizona Thunder, Nasty Habit. B Field, Fuel Altereds, to the staging lanes, please. Fuel Altereds on their way to the staging lanes. A Field getting paired up near the front of the staging lanes. B Field making their way to the staging lanes right about now. 8 cars in 2 fields. That's 16 cars, 8 pair first round, plus a bonus thrown in with a $1,000 grudge match between Nightmare and Pinball Wizard. Qualifying was a knockdown drag out yesterday. We had a lot of cars show up with a whole lot of horsepower and a whole lot of attitude. The awful AA Fuel Altereds at Tucson Dragway. It's what they've been known for forever. The crazy excitement of Fuel Altereds. Just a little over 15 minutes and the first Fuel Altereds will go down the racetrack as the round 1 time of day is upon us. B Field, Fuel Altereds. B Field, Fuel Altereds. Looking for you in the staging lanes now. B Field, Fuel Altereds, to the staging lanes for pairing. Qualifying went from Kevin Knowles, number 1 in the A field, at 389, all the way to Rob Stysloff, number 8 in the B field, at a 460. It's fun watching throughout the day as the teams worked hard to get their cars dialed into the racetrack and to the altitude conditions. The weather conditions here at Tucson got better as the day went on, and the performances reflected that. Great team performance from our fuel-altered groups. They are ready for action. Round 1 coming your way at 2 o'clock. We are almost there. And we have got our C-Gas cars at the starting line right now. Our first pair, Rocky Young from Bermuda Dunes, California. 1941 Studebaker champion. Sporting that pink paint. And motivated by a 406 cubic inch Chevy. Tony Pesquera from Tucson, 1967. No, that's not what that is. That is a Malibu over there. All right, the Chevelle down that right side, stopping the clocks with a 994 at 124.2 miles an hour. The magic number 980. 1056, 117.56 miles an hour for Rocky Young. We are now into our Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category. Their magic number, 7.80 seconds. You can see Hans Jacob from Lake Havasu with that beautiful blue slingshot, inching towards the stage beams in the American walk-in coolers lane. Not too far from first round fuel altereds as they are paired up in the stage lane. Drivers getting suited up and strapped in, ready for action. So if you have strayed somewhere and you're wanting to make sure you see first round of fuel altereds, it's time to make it to the fence or the grandstands. And we are going to kick those off here shortly. 790 with a 173.4 miles an hour. Hans Jacob has got that dragster dialed in well. As he heads for the exit in the shutdown area, our next driver will be Joseph Scaduto, Lake Havasu, Arizona. Another Chevy-powered slingshot car, also going to roll down that American walk-in coolers lane. So the call went out. The teams were ready. I hope you enjoyed all of that warm-up chaos action out there. It was fun to hear from this seat that I occupy. I could hear it from all the way from Fuel Altered Alley to the tower on the inside, so I know it was fun out there standing next to it. A field will be followed by B field, which will be followed by the grudge match in Altereds just a few moments away as we wind up our time trials with Nostalgia Eliminator 1 concluding their time trial. Joseph Scaduto just about ready to go down that AWIC lane. Driver in the stage position. Prepares for launch and off he goes. That's a 1.18 seconds to 60 feet, 7.87 seconds to 1,320 feet. Just about 174 miles an hour down that right side lane for Joe Scaduto. Big Joe making it look easy down there. Next up should be Randall Ferguson from La Habra Heights, California. Looking at our staging lanes, we can see that our fuel altereds are there. They are going to be ready to go at that straight up 2 o'clock start time. Opening ceremonies very briefly coming your way. Fire in the pipes from Randall Ferguson's dragster as the silver car moves into the water. Live stream audience joining us from points across the globe. Welcome to Tucson Dragway. It's race day. We are watching the tail end of our Nostalgia Eliminator 1 time trial as they are making qualification runs, qualifying as close as possible to that 780 index. We have made our way through all the classes. NE1 is going to be the final one of our American Nostalgia Racing Association categories. And Randall Ferguson next to put a dragster down the track. Into the pre-stage. 063 green. And the dragster streaks down the right side of the racetrack to the finish line, 7.95 seconds at 164.5 miles an hour. Big block Chevy power plant just humming along all the way down the racetrack to a 7.95 second elapsed time. So we move from dragsters to tractors, and it's time for that last bit of track prep before we bring fuel altereds to the ready stripe. Those teams are pulling up to the ready stripe right now. Drivers strapped in, ready to go. We'll have a brief opening ceremony, and we'll have our national anthem coming your way here in just a moment. Race fans, you see the tractor out on the racing surface, making sure that the track prep is exactly where they want it to be, and it has been just that pretty much all weekend long, as this staff here at Tucson Dragway has definitely delivered excellent performances from these cars. The crews were able to tune their cars and not have to worry about the track preparation being anything other than just right. And we have seen the performances improve with every run down the racetrack for most of these teams. We wind up with an 8-car field in the CP Carrillo A field, an 8-car field in the Western Differential B field. Plus, we get the bonus of a grudge match between the Nightmare and the Pinball Wizard. All that coming your way here on Saturday afternoon at Tucson Dragway. Happy to have a great group of people from the local area, plus a worldwide audience on the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel, as we are bringing you that live stream. And I'll tell you, after seeing some of the video from yesterday, gotta say, hats off to the job done by the technical staff here, the AV staff at Tucson Dragway. Just like everything else they do here, it is on point and done at a very high level. So we'll do a little broom and drag, traction compound going down just a little bit. Not actually going out there and doing a whole lot of additional traction compound on the racetrack, because it's already in great shape. So these fuel-altered teams are up at the ready stripe. The first pair getting ready to come to life just as soon as we conclude the national anthem, and we will get them kicked off here momentarily. Happy to have you joining us. If you are still out in the pit area somewhere and you want to get yourself to the grandstands to see this first round up close and personal, I'd be making my way there right about now, so I can see folks starting to fill up the grandstands. A beautiful day in Tucson, Arizona. Blue skies and no clouds anywhere. Makes for a grand day at the drags. We got a little breeze to keep things just from being incredibly uncomfortable, but we have got low 90-degree temperatures and a perfect day to spend with friends and family and people that you like to have fun with at Tucson Dragway with Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0 here in the house. We have got a variety of cars that have come from multiple states. We have got the twin turbo car from right here in Arizona. We've got supercharged fuel-injected nitro burners, supercharged fuel-injected methanol burners, and they have been showing up, showing out, and putting those big numbers on the board, making folks happy out there on Fuel Altered Alley with the hero cards and the opportunity to take pictures, get acquainted with the crews and the drivers, and find out what makes these Fuel Altered so incredibly special. Their mystique has lived on for the decades of drag racing, and of course the hotbed of Fuel Altered activity for a long, long time has been, always has been, and still is Tucson, Arizona. It's kind of ground zero for all things Fuel Altered. It's certainly not the only place they've ever run, because it's one of the most popular classes there has ever been. But something about Tucson and Fuel Altereds just goes together like peanut butter and jelly. Got the opportunity to talk with some of our teams yesterday, and they were excited about being at Tucson Dragway, and just went on and on about the quality of the track preparations that are done here. Of course, it's only been 6 months since we were here at Tucson Dragway for the very first Fuel Altered Chaos, and the amount of work that has been done at this place to add additional pavement, additional seal, just an ongoing work to bring this track to where it's even better than it was, and it was already a great place to race. But it just continues to improve day by day as Jim Hughes and the staff continue to make improvements, so that this is one of those places that people put on their list as where to go to make a great memory at a drag race. We've got our first pair in the A field coming up to the ready stripe just behind the water box. You can see it's going to be one of those cars featured on the official event shirt. The Speed Sport Altered is going to take that right side lane. That's Jimmy Kelso, and he's going to be taking on Clint Barnett in the Rat Wagon, the team from Hayesville, Kansas, just in the Wichita, Kansas area. So the Nitro Hemi against the methanol-fueled Chevy, a record performance, personal best performance for Clint Barnett and the Rat Wagon team, as they really came out and put a big number on the board on their last run yesterday. Like I said, a personal best. And that gave them the opportunity to take on Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport Nitro Burner. What a way to kick things off here on a Saturday afternoon. Race day at Fuel Altered Chaos number 2. Just about to begin. The drivers strapped in, the crews getting everything ready so that they can put those starters on the front of those superchargers. And they will be ready to spin those baby over. And it's going to get loud in here, coming up here in just a moment. Sunny skies in Tucson, Arizona. That might be your forecast just about every day of the year. So it looks like we are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tucson Dragway for the second Fuel Altered Chaos. If you will, please stand and join us. We're going to kick things off, if you'll remove your cover, for the playing of our national anthem. It is go time at Tucson Dragway, and we are ready for some Fuel Altered Round 1. CP Carrillo, Justin Arias, and his team of professionals bringing you the A field in Fuel Altered Chaos from Tucson Dragway. Clint Barnett and Jimmy Kelso going to lead us off in a Kansas versus Arizona matchup. Talk about your stories. There is all kind of stories to go with this one right here. Jimmy Kelso and the Speed Sport crew, they were in the staging lanes right behind the sheep herder when the incident happened. So they wound up spending, getting out of the car because that was a long time cleanup. But when they got a chance to fire it back up, it did not go well. They kicked the rods out of their Nitro Hemi and they wound up having to thrash. Didn't look like they were even going to be able to come back, but they worked really hard, got the parts together and put the Nitro Hemi back together and came out for that last qualifying run. And they were able to put a 390 on the board. That moved them from outside the field looking in to number 2 in the CP Carrillo A field. So that 390 gives them the number 2 qualifying spot. With lane choice, they select the right side of the Christmas tree in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. So Kelso and company from right here in Tucson, hoping to turn on the win light for the home state. They have got the Rat Wagon out of Kansas on the tower side of the racetrack in the 92.9, the Bull lane. They put their best ever performance on the board in that last qualifying run they made yesterday. Clint Barnett, your driver, he's a firefighter, first responder, and he was one of those instrumental in helping Kyle Huff get out of the crash of the sheep herder yesterday. So a big day for both of these teams on an incredible day at the drags at Tucson Dragway. We are ready. Round number one. CP Carrillo brings you the A field. The nitro car takes the right side. The methanol-fueled big block Chevy takes the left side. Here we go. Lights on both sides of the Christmas tree. At the top end, Winlight goes to the Arizona car, the Speed Sport car with a 385, 194.6 miles an hour. It was a starting line advantage for Clint Barnett. They knew they were going to need every advantage they could possibly get. Clint was off the starting line first, 061 to 129, a 999 60 foot to a 989 for the nitro car. But after half track point, that advantage began to disappear. 267 left side, 258 right side, and at the finish line, the 407 at 175 was not enough. And Jimmy Kelso puts the Speed Sport car into the second round with a 385 at 194.6 miles an hour. How about that, race fans? What a great way to kick things off in round number one. So score one for the home state is the Arizona car, the Tucson, Arizona car, actually, gets the win light. Jimmy Kelso's Nitro Hemi, 385, their best run of the weekend, 194 miles an hour, and a win light. Next pair up, going to be Greg Holman and Chris Vogel. Holman from Kingman, Arizona. Vogel from Castle Rock, Colorado. Vogel qualified one of those cars under 4 seconds. The Middle Therapy car ran a 398. Greg Holman in the carbon copy from Kingman, Arizona, ran a 4:15 in qualifying. This is round number one. This is number 4 versus number 8. The winner will take on Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport Altered in the bottom half of the A field semifinals. It's carbon copy and mental therapy. Colorado, the red car. Arizona, the black car. Wings up over those roll cages, the supercharged power plants in front of the drivers. And they have completed their smoky burnouts. They are bringing them back to the starting line where they will stage up and head north. You may have seen on the live stream of the national anthem, that flag was standing right straight out, so we do have a bit of a tailwind today. Yesterday was a headwind. How much difference will that make? I don't know. So far, the first pair, they were glued to the track and they went right down the middle of the groove. Both teams putting up good numbers, and we're looking for more of the same. Our second pair, round number one, CP Carrillo, A-Field, fuel-altered chaos at Tucson Dragway. Into the pre-stage goes the Colorado car. That didn't take and they're cooking. Down that left side goes the Colorado car to a 4 seconds flat, 181 miles an hour, good for the win. Greg Holman's carbon copy, a game performance of 421 at 173, but that was a win on the tower side. Chris Vogel, a 992 60 foot made up for a starting line disadvantage, and a 263 to the half track point had him out front where he stayed. 4 seconds flat, 181 miles an hour, and a ticket to the second round to take on Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport car. Great performance by the Carbon Copy team. No reason to hang their heads. 421, 173 miles an hour brings their great weekend to a close. Next up, it's going to be Brandon Seraphin in the spare change. And Kevin Knowles, your #1 qualifier. That Say What fuel offer out of Surprise coming up next. Knowles on the tower side, Seraphin on the right side. Hear the sound, smell the smell. There's pop in the tank. Pop in the tank on both sides of the Christmas tree. That magic elixir, sometimes called Love Potion #9, the chemical formula CH3NO2, and it keeps us coming back. Getting you kind of emotional down there as the sinuses start to burn and the eyes start to water, as these big inch nitro Hemis get ready to square off round 1. Brandon Seraphin, first time ever at a Fuel Altered Chaos event, brings a 32 Bantam bodied Fuel Altered with 482 cubic inches of Hemi power. Brandon qualified at 398, Kevin qualified at 389. Surprise, Arizona, home for Kevin Knowles. That Nissan Knowles team making lots of friends here at Tucson Dragway, both last November and here in May. Pre-stage on right side, top side lit both sides. Just about ready, drivers take them to the high side, put them into the stage, and here we go. Both sides. Man, down that right side to the wind light goes Brandon Seraphin. Parachutes in that 189 mile per hour breeze in the shutdown area. And the Surprise Arizona car goes 390 with an 8. Kevin had his hands full, almost was able to come back, but it just was not enough. Brandon Seraphin, spare change car. What a run down that right side. That was a 075 to 141 starting line advantage for Seraphin. 971 to 101 advantage at the 60-foot. They both ran 260 to the half-track point, but at the finish line, there was just a little bit of margin. 388 beats a 390. Man, what a run, as those two nitro burners were side by side all the way down the racetrack. You could see that vibration in Kevin Knowles' car. As that car was getting a little crazy out there, that's kind of what it does. I'm a little bit surprised to see the front wheels on the ground. You want to know the truth of the matter, because it typically lifts them up about the half-track point. But, man, what a run and what a win for Brandon Seraphin in the spare change. That puts him in the top half semifinal to take on the winner of this match right here. All right, so we have got the Plan A of Johnny West, driven by Dylan Winevsky on the right side of the center stripe in that American walk-in coolers lane. They qualified at a 4:15 in the number 7 spot in our CP Carrillo A field. Mike Halstead and the Black Pearl, they put that one down the racetrack under 4 seconds at a 3.95 second elapsed time. Another pair of nitro burners as they are making that sound and helping you to smell that smell, and when they both hit the throttle, man, what a rush that is. Black Pearl and Plan A coming at you on a Saturday afternoon race day at Tucson Dragway. The winner takes on Brandon Seraphin, who just put a 3-second number on the board. All right, Johnny West steps away. Dylan Winevsky puts it into the stage. At the finish line, Winlight Tower Side 391 beats a 411, 192.9 miles an hour, and Hulkstead is going to the next round, 391 with a 9. A 104 to 178 starting line advantage for Halstead. The Black Pearl not to be denied on that run. 973 to 60, 262 to the half-track point. It was a wire-to-wire victory for the Black Pearl team over Plan A. Plan A, no slouch. 411, 187.13 miles an hour. 280 to the 60-foot. To the half-track, rather, and a win light for Mike Halstead. So your semifinals will be Seraphin versus Halstead on the top half and Kelso versus Vogel in the bottom half. Man, what a way to kick things off that first round. And CP Carrillo, A-Field Fuel Altered, does not disappoint. What a show. Man, I love it when you see these teams come back from the top end of the racetrack. You get a chance to see them going down and coming back. And I know you love to give these crews some love as they go down to pick up their drivers. Moving now into our Western Differential B field. It's going to be Rob Steisloff from Post Falls, Idaho in the Nasty Habit, taking that right side lane against Sheldon Lofgren. Sheldon has got the twin-turbo Arizona Thunder on the tower side. Now, when you get used to hearing the supercharged cars and you're not hearing something like you normally hear on the twin turbo car, you think, oh my goodness, did he lose fire? No, not at all. In fact, he started one on both of those slicks as he does the great burnout down that left side lane. And the Nasty Habit coming back from the burnout, making a strong statement in every department of showmanship. They improved run after run after run yesterday with a best run of 460, placing them number 8 in our Western Differential B field. That gave them the opportunity to race Sheldon Lofgren, the twin-turbo Hemi out of Gilbert, Arizona. Sheldon Lofgren's raced in the Chaos franchise several times. We first got a chance to see him running that car in funny car trim. He had a best finish of runner-up in the Funny Car Chaos event at Albuquerque Dragway a few years ago. He'd like to see if he can go one more win light and do it in front of the Arizona crowd here today at Tucson Dragway. Idaho right side, Arizona left side. 4 bumps, red light on the right side, so it's going to be a win light on the left side for Arizona Thunder. Man, Rob Steisloff goes 460 right on the number, but left a little early. Sheldon Lofgren was bumping that turbo car in, turned on that 4th bulb. There was a flash of amber, but Steisloff was already gone. That left a red light on his side of the Christmas tree. Lofgren goes 422 at 174 miles an hour down that left side lane and gets the win. Man, what a good way to kick things off. I hate to see a red light right there, but boy, that team out of Idaho came down to play, and they have been having some fun ever since they rolled into the gate. Lofgren is going to get a win, take it to the semifinal to take on the winner between Jeff Bennett and Phil Flower. Race crew spotted a little something they needed to take care of, so the red lights come on. And the track staff will take the appropriate equipment to pick up a little bit of fluid. Looks like it's going to be a very quick fix. And next up will be Mitch Bowen and John Brewer. John Brewer in the gatekeeper qualified at 455. He's going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the 92.9 lane. Mitch Bowen, defending champion from the November race in the B field, takes that right side lane. Fire's lit, burnout's done. Backup girls doing what they do. All right, round number 1, B field fuel altered. Mitch Bowen, Flagstaff, Arizona. He came in here in November and won the B field in that rust bucket. Qualified the car with a 422. John Brewer qualified the gatekeeper on the tower side. Qualified that baby with a 455. Into the pre-stage goes the gatekeeper. Here comes the rust bucket. Round number 1. The B field. And it looks like Rust Bucket is going to get a win light. 407, 175 beats a 448 at 155. Both cars right down the groove. They ran their race. They played their game. And it went down just like it qualified. 407 beats a 448. So Mitch Bowen's Rust Bucket into the semifinal. Man, 6 pair down, 2 pair to go in the A field and B field. Plus, we've got that grudge match between Nightmare and Pinball Wizard. Next pair up looks like Keith Wilson and Rich Nasby. Number 1 qualifier, Rich Nasby, in the Chaotic, qualified at 416. Has lane choice, chooses the tower side. Taking on the Witch Doctor, Keith Wilson. Chula Vista, California is going to take that right side lane. I got to tell you, one of the best pictures of all from the 2025 Fuel Altered Chaos was the Witch Doctor. You talk about the flame show with the flames from the Zoomies. You couldn't have drawn a cartoon better than the Witch Doctor actually did at last year's race. Unfortunately, it was extremely expensive to make that picture, but what a picture. That's Keith Wilson. That's a 37 Fiat Topolino body and the 500 cubic inch Nitro Hemi. Qualified that baby at 432. I think they operated on the one shot does it plan. They're going to take on Rich Nasby. Rich at a 540 cubic inch Hemi on methanol. Takes that left side lane as they qualified number 1, and lane choice put them where they wanted to go. They say, give me that 92.9 lane. Around to the tower. Who's it going to be at the finish line? Win light, tower side, low qualifier gets it done. Man, oh man, 418 beats a 445. Did you feel that? My gosh, when the Witch Doctor hit the throttle and put it on the floor, that was like an earthquake here, just south of I-10, Tucson, Arizona. Man, what a pair. So your low qualifier takes the win, advances to take on Mitch Bowen in the top half of the B field semifinal. So that's going to be Nasby versus Bowen. And now it's Jeff Bennett versus Phil Flower. Final pair, Western Differential fuel altered B field. Fires are lit. They're not wasting any time. This is how a drag race ought to go, just in case somebody happened to ride up on their American quarter horse and ask you. No troubles. Some kind of monster out of Mesa, Arizona. That's Phil Flower. Phil qualified that baby number 6 at a 4:35. His opponent, Jeff Bennett, No Mercy, from Lake Havasu. And it's way too quiet out there for the No Mercy car to be running. So I'm not seeing another car. Are we, looks like competition by run? Well, an unfortunate break there for Jeff Bennett and Team No Mercy as the car came to life, but something goes wrong behind the water box and they had to shut it off. So a competition single, Phil Flower, some kind of monsters, going to the semifinals. Stage is up, heads it right down the middle of the groove. Qualified that baby with a 4:35, runs 4:30, 162.9 miles an hour in the Some Kind of Monster crew. Got a little more work to do, but that's what you came for, ain't it? Man, so it's going to be Flower versus Lofgren in the bottom half of the B field semifinal, and Nasby versus Bowen in the top half. So coming up next is going to be your grudge match. The Nightmare team out of Texas against the Pinball Wizard team right here in Arizona. Pat Neal drives the Pinball Wizard. Randy Mueller drives the Nightmare. Randy Mueller comes to us from Floresville, Texas, near San Antonio. Car's owned by Van Heskett from Tomball, Texas, although he's a native Californian, transplanted to Texas from Southern California. Raced fuel alters and dragsters back in the 80s at the March Meet and the Hot Rod Reunion. And you start to look at that car and you go, there's something different about that car. What is it? Well, you look at the valve covers and you start to go, I haven't seen a Boss 429 in ever? Been a long time anyway. Randy Mueller's driving that Nightmare car out of Texas. Van Heskett and Randy Mueller bring that baby to Arizona for the second time. They wind up being just outside the B field, but managed to put a grudge match together with Pat Neal. David Sharp and his crew have got this Pinball Wizard, one of the sharpest fuel altereds in captivity. They're up to the challenge of a $1,000 grudge match. Let's just see who's going to take home all those American dollars. Man, a Saturday afternoon grudge match at Tucson Dragway with a crowd worldwide tuning in to watch Randy Mueller take on Pat Neal. It's a Texas-Arizona showdown, or since I'm standing in Tucson, I guess it's an Arizona-Texas showdown. Boss 429 Nightmare taking on Hemi Pinball Wizard. Now, the Pinball Wizard, that's one of those cars that I love to see because it brings back so many good topics from that rock opera, Tommy. Pinball Wizard, of course, we think of it as a rock and roll song, which it is, but it comes straight from the rock opera, Tommy. Those of us that played in high school band in the 1970s know Overture from Tommy. Let's see who's going to get the win light right here. Big money on the line with this grudge match on Saturday afternoon at Fuel Altered Chaos, Tucson Dragway. Their stage. Whoa, wheels up on the Pinball Wizard. It's going to be Nightmare taking home the money. $498, $141. Man, Pat had his hands full with the Pinball Wizard. Of course, you may remember back in November that they completely bent the wheelie bar as that car wanted to get way off, the front wheels way off the ground, and he had another similar experience right there, hopefully not nearly as bad, but it was just enough to give the Nightmare the opportunity to go around, and the win light comes on in the American Walk-In Coolers Lane. Saturday afternoon grudge match, give it to the Nightmare. So round number one, Fuel Altered Chaos. Just pretty darn good right there. And we've got our pairings set for the semifinals. A field is going to be Seraphin versus Halstead. Kelso versus Vogel. B field, Nasby versus Bowen. And Flower versus Lofgren. So the Arizona team's showing out here this weekend at Tucson Dragway. How'd you like that, race fans? Awesome stuff, man. Awesome stuff. Hey, junior dragsters, your next opportunity to take on the racetrack comes up now. We've given you your lane assignments. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. ANRA racers, listen up. It's going to be your time to go down the track. Next, let's lead it off with junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to your staging lanes as announced. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Yeah, man, hooping it up. What a great first round in Fuel Altered Chaos as the teams tow them back in front of the fans in the stands, taking them back to Fuel Altered Alley. Race fans, you're going to get a chance to see some folks hard at work, getting them ready to go another round, as they say. Semifinals coming your way later this afternoon. Finals going to be about 7 o'clock tonight, is about as close as we can estimate it, but you've got a full day of great racing coming your way. Tucson Dragway, Tucson, Arizona, Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0. Junior dragsters, let me get you to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes for your next shot. Well, race fans, after all that action, you might need a little nourishment, a little something to drink or something to eat. Yummy kettle corn, making the best kettle corn anywhere. Go by and see Sam. He is ready to serve your needs with the best kettle corn anywhere. Gonzalo's Concessions, bacon-wrapped burritos and more. Sweet Rolls rolled ice cream. Galaxy Donuts. Coffee to Cones. And Donut Blitz. Just 5 of the vendors. I know there's more out there, but I don't have your name. If you want to send a sample and a business card, I'll be happy to tell everybody all about it. Great food, great beverages, great fun with great friends on a beautiful day at Tucson Dragway. So glad you are here. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes for your next shot. ANRA classes are coming up next. Well, if you're thinking we forgot one, not quite. Licensing run here with the altered ready to go. We saw them make some runs yesterday. So I tell you what would be nice is to see this car in Fuel Altered Chaos competition in November when we come back, November 6th and 7th. Chad Clifton from Tucson, Arizona, 32 Bantam, 540 cubic inches of big block Chevy with a supercharger. Getting licensed to go Fuel Altered Racing. Third license run for Chad Clifton. Takes the green light. I don't know about you, but I'd say that was good. 452, 156 miles an hour, 107 to 60 foot, 295 to half track, 452. Crossed the finish line at 156 miles an hour. Nice lap for Chad Clifton. So, race fans, we have seen our first round of Fuel Altered Chaos. Got our grudge match done. Got a licensing run for another altered. And we are ready to go back to ANRA. We've called junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Let me get Sportsman to lane 3. And Hot Rod to lanes 4 and 5. Sportsman lane 3. Hot Rod lanes 4 and 5. Hey, racer peoples, attention in the pits. Got an announcement you're going to want to hear. For those of you that have been buying the raffle tickets from Brian Hoffsmith and Nitro Kevin, we are going to be announcing the winner in about 15 minutes. Going to be doing that over at the tent with the Cackle cars. You know, the Speed Sport Roadster and all that over there. Just from the tower, you would go past the Chaos merchandise trailer and then start looking for beautiful race cars, because I know there's a bunch of them out there. But the first ones you'll see are at the Cackle car, or at the tent with the Cackle cars. That rear engine Speed Sport Roadster would be a dead giveaway. They're going to pull the winner of the raffle, and that's going to be done in about 15 minutes, where the Cackle cars are. So, race fans, our ANRA crews have got their cars back together, and we're ready to conclude time trials and qualifying for all their classes. We move now into our junior dragsters. This is junior dragster number 1 for our 6 to 9-year-olds. Gracie Slade takes the right side of the racetrack, a dragster out of Tucson. Dalton Akers takes the left side lane in a dragster out of Benson, Arizona. Man, you see the paint and the wraps on these junior dragsters. You know they take their racing operations seriously, just as seriously as any other racing operation. Love to see that. Learning early about presentation in addition to performance. Dalton Akers and Gracie Slade qualifying round number 2 in junior dragster number 1. Down the right side, Gracie Slade goes 1191 at 53.5 miles an hour. 1410, 46 plus miles an hour for Dalton Akers. So after a second qualifier, the next time down the racetrack will be in eliminations. John Brewer III next up with a dragster out of Tucson. Takes the 92.9 the Bull lane. And Raiden Rohel from Tucson on the right side in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Switching categories now to junior dragster 2 for our 10 to 12-year-olds. Quickest performance allowed for a 10 to 12-year-old is 8.90 seconds. Riker Rohel and Christian Pridgen at the starting line. Riker on the tower side, Christian on the other side. Drivers dialed into the tree. 03 light right side, 06 light left side, 888 to a 9 flat. Christian 75, almost 76 miles an hour, just about 74 for Riker. Sportsman, you should be in lane 3, hot rod lanes 4 and 5. Open wheel, lane 7. Open wheel, lane 7. D-gas, lanes 5 and 6. Open wheel, lane 7. D-gas, lanes 5 and 6. Jace Renault from El Mirage, Arizona. On the tower side, Junior Dragster 3 for 13 and 14-year-olds. They can go as quick as 790. In the world of junior dragster racing, one of the things you look forward to is turning 13. That means you can go 790 if you got the horse that handle it. .062 green at the starting line, across the finish line with a 789, 81.5 miles an hour. Good run for Jace. Hey, race fans, I got an announcement you need to know about. When it comes time for dinner and a show, we got the show on the track, but we got sexy wings. Sexy chicken wings on the food vendor midway. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't have to be told twice about chicken wings. So if you are looking for something delicious, Sexy Chicken Wings would love to see you and tell you about their various choices for those sauced and tossed chicken wings. Or maybe you like them without the sauce. I bet they got something that you'll love. Sexy Chicken Wings on the food vendor midway behind the Nitro Club, behind the pit side grandstands. Go see them. Isabel Lily Perez and Allison Bollet next to the starting line as we move to Junior Dragster 4. 790 minimum dial. Got a 791 left side, a 785 right side. 016 green light for Isabella. Allison 9 thousandths red. Real close to perfect, just a little too quick. Doesn't matter on a time trial or a qualifying run. And if you don't ever find yourself in the red zone, you're not trying hard enough, they say. Open wheel lane 7, D-gas lanes 5 and 6. Let me get Nostalgia Eliminator 3, lanes 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, lanes 7 and 8. D Gas 5 and 6. As we continue with our ANRA qualifying and time trials, we move now into our sportsman class. Ken Rader has got a Pontiac Firebird on the tower side of the racetrack from Vail, Arizona. Allison Bolay from Tucson with the Chevy Nova takes that right side lane. CP Carrillo bringing you Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway. The official rod and piston of Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos, and Fuel Altered Chaos. Best place to go for every part of the rolling assembly except the crankshaft. 12:08, 111 down the right side for Allison Bolay. 13:13, 102 for Ken Rader. Steve Shoemaker in the Ford Ranger. Next up on the tower side of the racetrack. La Reese Motorsports Insurance helping to bring you the live stream here on Tucson Dragway YouTube channel. Scuba down the left side with the Ranger pickup. Goes 13:03 at 105. For the second race in a row, Western Differential and Driveline. One of our presenting sponsors for Fuel Altered Chaos. located down on Kleindale, East Kleindale, Tucson. They have got custom differentials and driveline components. You can find out all about Western Differential at www.westerndiff.com. Next up, Brad Akers, Benson, Arizona, in the Chevy Chevelle on the tower side. And Jeffrey Edwards from Phoenix in that right-hand lane in the Chevy 2. Identical reaction times, 0.25 on both sides of the Christmas tree. And across the finish line, 10:14 to 11:17. 133 to 119.4 miles an hour. When in Phoenix, looking for a place to stay? Hilton Garden Inn on Country Club Road. Hard to beat. Close to the airport, close to the racetrack. Great service at a nice facility to boot. Hilton Garden Inn, our host hotel for Fuel Alter Chaos. And I absolutely recommend them wholeheartedly. T-Bone Thomas down the right side with a 56 Ford goes 1064 at 124 to the 1151 of Ryan McCammon in the Oldsmobile Omega. Luis Valenzuela Sr. in the third generation Camaro 1984 vintage takes the right side lane. And Paul Coleman with the Chevy Chevelle tower side. Second time trial in our hot rod class, 879 and 979 on the scoreboards. Valenzuela 150 miles an hour, 138 for Coleman. Next up, it's Tyler Sally from El Mirage, Arizona, with the Dodge Dart on the tower side, and Cade Renault from El Mirage also puts that Chevy Malibu in the right-hand lane. Driven Racing Oils, your official oil and lubricant for all the Chaos series. 866-611-1820. Give them a call about your automotive lubrication needs. They've got a full line of products made in America and shipped to your business or your home. www.drivenracingoils.com. At the finish line, 11:27 right side, 11:57 left side. As they head for the exits, the next pair head for the starting line. It's going to be the Pinto of Howard Gerstel from Sahuarita, Arizona. Lines up next to Colin Porst from Joshua Tree, California in the Chevy 2. an early launch for the Pinto, but something goes wrong as it is losing speed fast. And Howard parks it between the 8th mile and the 1320. So something not right with the car. We'll make sure we can get it off of the racetrack before we send anything else down there. Red lights come on and the race crew comes out. DMP Awnings is your premier awning supplier for race, hospitality, and display trailers. DMP's quality is second to none with in-house machining, sewing, and printing on your custom orders. At DMP, they've got you covered with the best quality products made in America. For more information, you can give them a call at 320-237-0509. Reach out to Dean Dubbin at dean@dmpawnings.com or go to their website for all the latest information, www.dmpawnings.com. Well, hate to see that for Howard Gerstel. The Pinto began to lose speed right about the half-track point. Maybe a little sooner. As he comes to rest, kind of lost speed shortly after the 330 and brought it to a stop just past half-track. So hopefully nothing major, and he'll be able to return and compete for today's trophies and prize money. Right now they're taking a look at everything to get the Pinto back to the pit so they can survey the damage and see what needs to be done. Got our semifinal round of fuel altereds coming your way. Right now we've got the ANRA in action on the racetrack. We are in the midst of the second time trial for our hot rod class. Open wheel used to be in lane 7, D-gas lanes 5 and 6, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 lanes 7 and 8. So if you were thinking you'd like to get your car outfitted for supercharged fuel injected drag racing, you're going to need a friend in the business that knows how to get you down the racetrack. Mike Shalando in Nashville, Tennessee with Alky Digger might just be that friend that you need. ALKYDIGGER.net is the website. You can reach them by phone at 615-457-3192. Everything from fuel injection, superchargers, blower belts, anything that has to do with injection or superchargers. They've got the new and previously owned products to help you get your car running consistently down the racetrack so that you can compete at the highest level. They have been a title sponsor for Funny Car Chaos in the B field ever since we got started. They are a great friend of Chaos. They're a great friend of you, the racer. Be sure and give them a call and let their expertise be your advantage. 615-457-3192. Well, just about ready to return to racing as we await the all clear from the top end and the red lights to go off so Wolf Wolfmeyer and Haley Hanger can square off here in the second of 2 time trials in our hot rod class. Old school, the 1972 Vega wagon on the tower side of the racetrack. Haley Hanger. Judging by the pit area likes to raise a little. That 1965 Chevy Nova with that bright orange paint job certainly will get your attention. 400's red over on the right side for Haley. Doesn't matter on a time trial. 084 green for Wolf. Down the track they go to an 1124 left side, 1155 right side. Mark Johns and Steve Valdez. Next down the racetrack, Valdez from Douglas, Arizona, 71 Chevy Vega with small block Chevy power, picks up those front wheels and launches down the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Mark Johns in the Mustang down that left side of the racetrack. 10:58, 125 to 10:86 at 123.7. Good performing race cars here in our hot rod class. Junior comp, let's get you to the staging lanes, please. Junior comp lane 1, Junior comp to staging lane 1. All right, fuel-altered chaos racers, if you went out in the first round, your payout is available in the tower, second floor, second door, in race control. If you went out in the first round of fuel-altered chaos, checks are available at the tower. Come up to the second floor, go to the second door. So race fans, every now and then got to do a little track prep. That's what you see the tractor out there doing right now, making sure that we are broomed and dragged the broom on the front, make sure that no little pebbles, no little dust, those things that would impede the progress of a high horsepower race car. So just doing a little fine cleaning out there, brooming it off and dragging it behind. I think we would all agree that track prep very much on point all through the weekend here at Tucson Dragway. What a great job done by this staff. Race fans, so that you know, 4:30 is our semifinal fuel-altered schedule. We're scheduled for 4:30 for the semifinal rounds of our fuel-altereds. We have got our ANRA crews and teams getting their cars ready and keeping them ready. We are just about ready to get some of them into eliminations mode. We have called open wheel, we've called D-gas, we've called Nostalgia Eliminator 3 and Junior Comp to the staging lanes. Race fans, ever since the beginning of chaos in 2017, there's been a guy that has added his help to make the brand go and help it to become what it's become, and that guy is Marvin Rodak. Marvin Rodak in Fort Worth, Texas. He was the guy that had an automobile repair shop for Cadillacs, Mercedes, and high-end cars. And he began to look for something better than store brand coffee for his high-end customers. So he began to dabble in roasting fresh coffee beans. As time went on, he would be roasting those coffee beans. His customers and mechanics would say, "Marvin, that smells so good. Can I get some of that?" Next thing you know, he is selling fresh roasted coffee. And shortly after that, he's selling so much of it that he's wondering, why am I in the car business? So he winds up shutting down the auto repair shop and just doing coffee full time. He has expanded his business. He is a major importer of coffee beans from around the globe so that you always get the freshest beans from the freshest part of the world where they're just right for harvest. You can give Marvin Rodak a call at 817-924-6821, and he can tell you all about the coffee, because I'll guarantee you there's not too many people that know more about coffee than our humble man Marvin Rodak in Fort Worth, Texas. Go online and check him out at Rodak. It's like Kodak with an R. RodaksCoffeeandGrills.com, or call him directly at 817-924-6821. He will probably be the guy that answers the phone. He runs a lean operation, but you'll love talking with Marvin, and he will fix you and the coffee lovers in your life up with the best coffee that you have ever tasted. And when you call, be sure and tell him how much you appreciate his support of Fuel Altered Chaos and Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. He'll appreciate it. And so will I. Once again, 4:30. We are just over an hour before we light the first pair in the semifinal round of Fuel Altered Chaos. We have got our ANRA classes doing their qualification runs and their time trials, so that once they get those two runs done, then they go to eliminations. So we will see them on the racetrack very shortly. And we'll go to the second round semifinals of our Fuel Altered Chaos. Final round scheduled for 7 o'clock tonight. So we're actually going to let you get home early if everything goes according to plan. But we thank you for being here at Tucson Dragway and enjoying Fuel Altered Chaos with us. It's been a great weekend so far, and we expect that to continue. You can see the track preparation continues to be done. Broom and drag action was happening. Just a little touch more traction compound going down during that first part of the race course. We have called open wheel D-Gas NE3 and Junior Comp to the staging lanes of the ANRA. And those classes will be next to take the track. Once again, Fuel Altered Chaos racers, if you went out of competition in the first round, your runner-up checks are available in the tower. Come to the tower. It's second floor, second door. Go by and see them and pick up your check. If you're ready to hit the road, we want to wish you safe travels, but if you want to stick around with us all through the rest of the day, we certainly would welcome you to hang around. But if you are out of competition in Fuel Altereds, second floor, second door, you can pick up your check, your payout. This is D-Gas. The home wrecker 3 Chevy Nova wagon takes the tower side, 92.9 the bull lane. And the Mariposa Missile 1956 Ford custom line takes that right side American walk-in coolers lane. Across the finish line, it's a 10.83 on the right and a 10.90 on the left. Magic number in this class, 10.80 seconds, would be perfect. As they clear the top end, Cade Renault, El Mirage, Arizona, brings the black Malibu to the starting line. Lots of G-bodies in drag racing. This particular style has been plenty successful. A lot of racers have taken the Malibu to championships at drag strips all across the nation. Racers like Scott Wallace, Mike Barnes, so Cade Renault down that left side, 92.9 the bull lane. Takes it to a 1742 at 44.9 miles an hour off the throttle and coasting across the 1320. That car not happy. Makes that first turnoff there. Colin Force, Joshua Tree, California, 1967 Nova, down the AWIX lane. American walk-in coolers. 1080, right on the money, 123.29 miles an hour. Got to tell you, watch out for Colin. He's got the Chevy Nova dialed in, right on the magic number. 1080 down the track that time. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, let's get you to the staging lanes, please. Lane 7 and 8. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, lane 7 and 8. C-Gas, lanes 4 and 5. C-Gas, lanes 4 and 5. NE2, lanes 7 and 8. Emerson Rose Perez, Modera, California, takes that Roadster down the racetrack looking for a 980, goes a little under 977, 136, but that's a good place to be. Racers, as you know, we take safety very seriously here at Tucson Dragway. It's never a bad time to be safe. When you're looking for the safety equipment to keep your life in good shape, be hard to do better than Taylor Motorsports products. Dennis Taylor has been at it for a long time. He's a guy that strapped himself into top alcohol dragsters and nitro funny cars, putting himself in the forefront of the danger zone that comes with being a race car pilot. He began to build his own safety equipment, decided to make those products available to other racers in the business. Taylor Motorsports products has a comprehensive line of hundreds of custom designed and handmade products, from driver suits to complete restraint systems. Why choose Taylor? Simply because they build and supply the best safety equipment that you can buy. Dennis Taylor has bet his life on it. To see a full inventory of Taylor Motorsports products, visit their website at www.taylormotorsports.com, or you can call them directly and talk to the staff, 1-800-320-2988. Take advantage of their expertise, many years of keeping racers safe. Taylor Motorsports Products of Albany, Oregon, official safety equipment supplier of Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos, and now Fuel Altered Chaos. Sunny skies in Tucson with a little breeze to keep it manageable. Fuel altered semifinals at 4:30. Got our ANRA competitors just about ready. Most of the classes are ready for first round eliminations. We will make our way through the rest of the classes that have their qualification and time trials to do. Once we have done that, we'll go right into first round ANRA. Next on the Chaos schedule is next weekend at Norwalk, Ohio, the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals. They might be Supernatural Super Nationals. I don't know, but it's going to be a great time because we're going to be at Summit Motorsports Park as the Bader organization gets ready to present another outstanding weekend of drag racing. First time ever for Chaos to be in the house. And it's going to be not only Funny Car Chaos, but Nitro Chaos there as well. It will be a grand time because it always is when you're at Summit Motorsports Park. Several of the Chaos teams will mark their first ever trip to Summit Motorsports Park. Be the first time ever there for this announcer too. Cannot wait to be there and experience it with all those of you who will be joining us there. For all of you on the live stream, we hope to see you in person at Norwalk next weekend. And if you can't, we will be broadcasting live stream with our good man Warren Evans turning the dials, making sure that we have got great live stream coverage from the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals. Junior Comp at the starting line, Emerson and Isabel. Bringing these super cool rides up for a trip. Looking for a 690, got 690 on the right side. Isabel's dead on with a 4, 102.6 miles an hour. 1 over with a 691, 2 at 100.6 miles an hour for Emerson. B gas to the staging lanes. B gas, A gas, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the staging lanes. If you B gas, you're coming to lanes 2 and 3. A gas, lanes 5 and 6. NE1, lanes 7 and 8. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 runs on an 880 index. Haley Maroney's on the tower side this time. Lindsay Lister from Los Angeles is on the right side this time. C gas, let me get you to the staging lanes, please. C gas, lanes 4 and 5. C gas, lanes 4 and 5. B gas 2 and 3. A gas 5 and 6. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 7 and 8. 880 down the right side for Lindsay Lister, right on the money at 153 miles an hour. Couple of ticks under 878 for Haley Maroney down that left side lane. Couple of dragsters side by side. Now a couple of altereds coming your way here in Nostalgia Eliminator 2. This is their second qualifying round. They're qualifying against that index. You have seen them tighten it up. Got one right on the money. Out to that third digit was a 4. Lindsay. Definitely in the running for low qualifier. Michael Nitz from Happy Jack, Arizona, tower side. And Justin Rathert from Lake Havasu in the Topolino takes the right side. Great reaction times on both sides. They're looking for 880. I got 875. Rathert goes under at 152 miles an hour. Michael Nitz goes 894, 14 over at 149 miles an hour down that left side lane. Race fans, I hope you've been finding some of those great food items out there on our food vendor midway. Of course, we have got yummy kettle corn. I'll verify for a fact that's some awesome kettle corn. Got Donut Blitz. We got Gonzalo's Concessions. Got sexy chicken wings. And over here by the Chaos trailer, we've got Sweet Rolls, that rolled ice cream. And coffee to cones. Plus, there are more. I think we got Galaxy Donuts down there. Might have been a few I missed. If you want to send a sample and some information, I'll try to send some folks your way, but I bet they found you anyway. So many good food vendors at Tucson Dragway here this weekend. I was thinking I might shed a pound, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. So it is now time for C-Gas. Second round qualifying. They are qualifying against a 980 cap. So in this category, they use a pro tree to start. The mission is to get to the finish line first without going under 9.80 seconds. In qualifying, they do that by going closest to the index. So ideally, to be number one, you would be 9.80 seconds with a 0 at the third digit. Not altogether common to see that happen. So we're going to try to get as close as possible to 980 without going under. Justin Lynch and Tony Pescara on the way down the racetrack. Tony on the right side, Justin on the left side. 983 and 989. Justin 3 over at 138 miles an hour. Tony 9 over at 137.6. Next up here in C-Gas, it's Rocky Young in the Studebaker. The pink Studebaker on the Tower side, and Aaron McCammon in the Cowboy Cadillac. Aaron's on the right side. 9.80 seconds, the perfect number. They're trying to get as close to it as they can without going under here in qualifying. Both leave with green light starts, and as they cross the finish line, it's going to be 10-12 right side, 10-50 left side. 121 miles an hour for Rocky Young in the Studebaker. 103.9 miles an hour in the El Camino. man, what's happening down there? It is big gas time. That must mean it's showtime. Mark Lager knows how to put on a show with that red Nova. He's on the tower side of the racetrack chasing that 880 perfect number. Timmerman Gorman from Baco, 1955 Chevy. Tough to beat that color combination on a 55. Although my favorite version of it was on a 56 out of Floydada, Texas, and some of you know which one I'm talking about. Alan Collins might know which one I'm talking about. Ronnie Giesland probably does too. At the finish line, they're chasing an 880. I got 882 left side, 2 over, 885 right side, 5 over, so they're closing in on that number in B gas qualifying. Next time you see them going down the racetrack, it's going to be eliminations, which means 2 go down, but only 1 comes back. Neil Westbrook, 1968. Chevy Camaro takes that right side lane from Pixley, California. That Pixley is not the one close to Hooterville, just in case you're wondering. 68 Camaro, that was the one that they used for the, when they brought back the Camaro, we used to say generation last was generation 4 of the Chevy Camaro. Then after a few years layoff, they decided to bring it back. That was Gen 5. And the template that they used was the 1968 for bringing that baby back. Luis Valenzuela with a 3rd generation Camaro. Rockets down that right side, looking for an 880, goes 878 with an 8, 150 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, fuel altereds. Fuel altered semi-finalists to the staging lanes, please. A field, B field. Got room to sort you out there, so let me get fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please. Fuel altered semi-finalists to the staging lanes, please. Ed Wolf and his team at Wolf Pumps have decades of experience in drag racing. They bring that knowledge to their top-tier production line. Wolf Pumps provides new and used parts and service for dry sump oil pumps, belt-driven oil pumps, fuel pumps, priming pumps, and more. If it's got something to do with pumps, the name that goes with it is Wolf, W-U-L-F-F, Wolf Pumps. You're going to run with the leaders and you're going to get yourself to the winner's circle. You better be with the leader of the pack, Ed Wolf. Wolf Pumps, 573-875-4894. Wolfpumps.com, 573-875-4894. Run with the leader of the pack. Get yourself at the front. Fuel Altered Chaos semi-finalists to the staging lanes, please. Fuel Altered Chaos semi-finalists. We are down to 4 cars in the A field, 4 cars in the B field. Gonna see who's going to the final round that has a chance to take home the trophy and the bucks. The Home Wrecker 4. Did I misread that a while ago? I must have. If I would have seen that a little bit better, I would have thought of Mary Reed because of the IV. Homewrecker 4, Nova Wagon takes that right side lane as we are in A gas. That is Frank Miranda from Paso Robles, California. And this is A gas. They run on a 780 cap in this class. The wheels up. Makes that quick trip right down the American Walk-In Coolers lane to a 792 at 174.62 miles an hour. Seeing the gasser classes. Want to send a shout out to our man Lee Kraft, Monday Morning Racer. Got himself extremely busy with gassers and marketing all across the country. Hope to see you soon, Lee. CP Carrillo is the technology leader in high performance pistons and rods. They have been a part of more records and more wins than any other piston or rod manufacturer can claim in the history of the industry. CP Carrillo enlists the latest cutting-edge design and R&D software, packaging together creativity, experience, and proven technology to bring you the best parts for your applications. Moreover, a rotating assembly consists of pistons, rods, wrist pins, rings, and a crankshaft. CP Carrillo, they offer everything except the crank. Buying all these components together, CP Carrillo coordinates designs and specifications to allow these parts to integrate precisely and perform optimally. When you're looking for rods, pistons, and rotating assembly except the crank, the name to remember is Carrillo. CP Carrillo, to be exact, 949-567-9000, or online at www.cp-carrillo.com. So we will move it now to Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Hans Jacob from Lake Havasu. Fuel altered semifinalists: A field, B field. Fuel altered semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. Hans Jacob, been down the racetrack with a 790 and an 850. Looking for a 780, that would be the ideal number in this class. Man, the cars have been dressed to impress. Let's see, Hans Jacob, 789 with a 3. Ooh, man, chasing that 780, just 9 over, 173.3 miles an hour, looking good. Continuing with the second and final qualifying runs for our Nostalgia Eliminator 1 competitors. This is Joseph Scaduto from Lake Havasu, Arizona. Chevy-powered slingshot dragster. Joseph has been 787 and 786 down the track. Scaduto skedaddles to a 786 at 173 down that right side lane. Next, coming up in the Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category, this is the second and final qualifier in this class. Randall Ferguson from La Habra Heights, California. .794, 164.1 miles an hour for Randall Ferguson down that American walk-in coolers lane. Getting close, race fans. Fuel Alter's coming to the staging lanes. CP Carrillo bringing you the A field, our semifinals coming up. It is going to be Brandon Serafin taking on Mike Halstead. Spare change against the Black Pearl. And Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport Altered, racing the mental therapy of Chris Vogel. In the first round of the Fuel Altered Chaos A field, Jimmy Kelso put a 385 on the 407 of Clint Barnett. 194.6 miles an hour in a strong performance there. Barnett came in swinging for the fences, knowing he needed an edge. He got an edge at the starting line with an 061 to 129 advantage. But the Nitro car went around at the finish line, getting there first with a 385 against a 407. It was Chris Vogel in the mental therapy car taking on the carbon copy of Greg Holman. Vogel got to the finish line first, put a 4 flat on the board. Had qualified with a 398, got close to another 3-second performance. Took the win light anyway. 4 flat beat a 421 for Holman's carbon copy. Brandon Serafin taking on low qualifier Kevin Knowles. 388 beat a 390 in one of the closest drag races of the weekend. Serafin led it wire to wire though with a starting line advantage of 07. And a 388 at 189 took out the 390 at 185 for Kevin Knowles. Mike Halstead taking on Dylan Winefsky in another double shot of nitro matchup. 391 beat a 411. Halstead in the Black Pearl goes 192.9 miles an hour to put that car into the semifinals. It's going to be Kelso versus Vogel. Kelso with the lane choice. And Serafin versus Halstead. And Serafin with a lane choice. In the first round of your Western Differential B field of Fuel Altered Chaos, Sheldon Lofgren got a win with a 422 over the 460 of Rob Steislav. And Mitch Bowen got the better of John Brewer. 407 beat a 448. 175 miles an hour and a win light for Mitch Bowen. Rich Nasby took the measure of Keith Wilson. 418 beat a 445. As the Witch Doctor went down. And Phil Flower takes out Jeff Bennett. Jeff Bennett in the No Mercy had a problem with the race car. It fired up, but before the burnout, something went wrong and they had to shut it off. So a competition bye run for Phil Flower. That sets up a semifinal between Phil Flower in the Some Kind of Monster and Sheldon Lofgren in the Arizona Thunder. So there will definitely be Arizona cars in the final. Got lots of Arizona cars still in the hunt for the Fuel Altered Chaos trophy and the bucks that go with it here this weekend at Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0. Nasby taking on Bowen, Flower taking on Lofgren in your semifinals. Those are coming up shortly. I can see the video camera shows me the staging lanes up here, and I can see that the Fuel Altereds are lined up in the staging lanes. They're getting paired up, and they will be taking the track coming up here in looks like about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit less. We'll see. But they are on the schedule for 4:30 Doesn't look like they're going to be late at all as the staging lanes are filling up with those awesome awfuls. So to our American Nostalgia Racing Association competitors, once the semifinals of Fuel Altered Chaos have been run, we will bring you up for your first round eliminations in every category. We've been calling you in the run order. We'll continue to do that. Some classes have a lot of cars, some have not so many. We will call you up and we will run you out. And we will be crowning the winners in each category today. Everything from junior dragster to A-field fuel altereds. We are going to run it to completion under the Arizona sun. Beautiful day to be at the drag strip. Glad you chose to be a part of it. We have got a group of folks watching on a live stream from all around the country, and we're glad you are here. Tucson Dragway's live stream on their Tucson Dragway YouTube channel. Crystal clear transmissions. The picture quality is excellent. Seeing those videos of some of the things that happened yesterday lets me know that just like everything else at Tucson Dragway, they do things at a tip-top level here. Love it. That includes food vendors, as our fans here on site have discovered. Great foods and cold beverages. The variety, I'm not sure I've ever seen more variety in food and drink at a racetrack. But if this isn't the best variety of food and beverage at a racetrack, it is in the running. There's no doubt about that. Man, and they are doing such a great job. Yummy kettle corn, Gonzalo's Concessions, sexy chicken wings, sweet rolls, which is rolled ice cream, coffee to cones, and donut blitz, plus more. Counting down the moments, we're going A field, B field. When it comes time for the final round, we'll probably flip that over to B field, then A field. ANRA racers, after this semifinals in our two classes of Fuel Altered Chaos, we will bring you to the staging lanes, and it will be eliminator time. Every different class will be run to completion after the semifinals, of course. You know what's coming. Nitro Mike in the PT Cruiser. Wheel stander. Showing out again. Man, what a performance last night. Staging lanes loaded up with fuel altereds, just about ready for that semifinal to begin. A field first, B field second. Nitro Mike coming your way with the wheel stander. And then ANRA eliminations after that. Lots of great things for you to see, do, watch, experience, learn from, and enjoy. And, of course, if you haven't already made a new friend, this is a great day to make some new friends. Out at the place where fun is the name of the game. Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway. Looks like we are just about ready to light them up. As I see on the computer screen, I have got Kelso and Vogel going to be first to go down the racetrack in our A field pairings. Well, race fans, are you ready for some fuel altereds? It is go time as we have got Kelso and Vogel in an Arizona versus Colorado matchup. Jimmy Kelso, after a crazy day in qualifying, kicked the rods on the burnout and really had to thrash. That crew did a great job putting it back together. Came out and they knew that they had one chance to make the show or it was going to be a bad weekend in Tucson. Well, so far it's been a good weekend ever since that point as they put a 390 on the board. Got themselves into the outside field in the number 2 spot, and they take a win light in the first round of Fuel Altered Chaos A field. Putting up a big 385 at 194 miles an hour there on the tower side with the nitro burner. Chris Vogel is from Castle Rock, Colorado. They have got that 540 cubic inch big cubic displacement Brad Anderson Hemi in between the frame rails just in front of that Topolino body. Chris Vogel qualified that machine strongly with a 398. In the first round, ran 4 seconds flat to cover his opponent. Going to turn up the wick just a little bit, maybe just a lot, because their opponent ran 385 in the first round. So the nitro car takes the tower side, your 92.9 the bull lane, and Vogel takes the A-wick lane. American walk-in coolers. Going to keep it cool for the race fans. Let's see if cool Chris Vogel can rise to the challenge and put that mental therapy car into the final round. 4 balls. Side by side down the racetrack, who's it going to be? Speed Sport. It's going to be the nitro burner. Tower side, Kelso, 391 beats Vogel's 405. What a match. Big starting line advantage for Vogel. Man, he brought it at the starting line, 05 to 12. 700s at the start. And a 405 across the finish line. It was not enough. They were locked together as a 262 left side, 267 right side. Vogel was still ahead at the half track point, but at the finish line, 190 mile per hour top end charge coupled with a 391 elapsed time takes the Speed Sport car around and into the final for the second race in a row. They were in the final round last year, came out runner-up in the Speed Sport car. They want one more win light, and they will call this an extremely successful weekend, especially after it went that way. 405, 177, a great performance from the team out of Colorado, just wasn't quite enough against the Nitro Hemi out of Tucson. Man, what a way to kick things off. I thought that was going to be the upset, if you want to call it that. Pair of 3-second cars going at it, and the Speed Sport car had just enough to overcome a starting line advantage that the Colorado car put on him. Man, oh man, what a run. So we have got one Nitro car into the final round. That is going to be the Speed Sport car, Kelso, from right here in Tucson. And our next pair getting ready to fire, we've got Mike Halstead from Riverside, California, taking on Brandon Serafin from Corona, California. It's all California in this pair of the semifinals of our CP Carrillo A field. California home to CP Carrillo. California home to both of these race teams. Man, it doesn't get a whole lot more exciting. We're going to have Nitro cars in the final. That's a guaranteed lock because we got Nitro cars on both sides of the Christmas tree here. Serafin find the spare change at 398. Halstead qualified the Black Pearl at 395. In the first round, it was a 391 for the Black Pearl, but it was a 388 for the spare change. So with lane choice, Serafin says, Halstead, you take that left side, I'm going to take the right side, and we're going to get it on. Corona, California, right side. Riverside, California, left side. Spare change versus Black Pearl. If you watch the movies, you know that they weren't chasing no spare change on that Black Pearl. Brandon Serafin and his team looking to sneak the Black Pearl and go to the final round, make it Arizona versus California's good. It's going to be Serafin into the final round. 14 thousandths red on the tower side for with a 7. Identical elapsed times on both sides of the racetrack. 191.75 miles an hour for the Black Pearl, 189.9 for the spare change. It was 07 green for Brandon, 014 red for Halstead, and the Black Pearl goes down, and the spare change is on the way to the final. It will be California versus Arizona. You could not ask for two better pair in that A field semifinal. So it will be Serafin, Brandon Serafin in the spare change against Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport Altered. Man, that A field final is shaping up to be some kind of awesome. Whew. Identical elapsed times in nitro fuel altereds. Man, you don't see that very often. What a match that was. They were geared up and ready. Race fans, what'd you think about that? Mankind, what a great show. So we have got our final round set in our CP Carrillo A field. We move now to the B field. Man, I don't know how it could get any better than that, but I bet it's still going to be some kind of awesome. And speaking of some kind of, we got one of them in this semifinal of the B field. It is the Rust Bucket, Mitch Bowen, on that right side of the racetrack. It is Rich Nasby in the Chaotic on the tower side of the racetrack. Both cars from Arizona. You know what that means, race fans? That means that all four cars in the semifinal of our Western Differential B field are from Arizona. So guess who is going to take the going to claim the B field win? Well, we don't know, but we know they're going to be from the home state It is definitely going to be an Arizona team that collects the Western Differential B-Field Trophy. Rich Nasby from right here in Tucson, 540 cubic inch Hemi, providing the power for the Chaotic. And over on the right side, Mitch Bowen out of Flagstaff. Truckers on I-40 talking about coming out of Flag. Sometimes a place you don't want to be in the wintertime going across Flag. But a 99 Bantam with 521 cubic inches of Brad Anderson Hemi providing the punch. Mitch Bowen, he's got the distinct option. He could repeat. He was the B-Field winner in November. So I know he's thinking return trip to the winner's circle. Rich Nasby's thinking not today. Just about ready for the finish line, not the starting line. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's the Rust Bucket. Bowen goes 398, 180 miles an hour. Takes out Nasby's 408. Man, it was another one of those great hole shots as Nasby was out front, 0.67 against a 1.51. Man, the margin of victory, I got to look down at the bottom of the screen and see what it was. 0.02 of a second. Bowen comes around, but just barely at the finish line. They were both cooking down that racetrack, 178 miles an hour left side, 180.1 down the right side. And the 398 is enough to get the win. So hope still alive for a second consecutive B-Field win for Mitch Bowen and the team out of Flagstaff, the Northland Express, now called the Rust Bucket in fuel altered trim. Man. All right, so we got our first Arizona car in the final round of the B-Field. Those of you that are keeping track, and I know some of you are, that makes two cars in the final round, one in the A-Field, one in the B-Field from Arizona. We know there's going to be three because your next pair is going to be a couple of Arizonans, Sheldon Lofgren and Phil Flower. Phil's on the right side out of Mesa, Arizona. His funny car is a Cadillac. You don't see very many Cadillac funny cars, but he's got a car called Some Kind of Monster. Now I got to tell you, I love the look of this thing. Phil Flower from Mesa, Arizona, takes the right side. Sheldon Lofgren and the twin turbo Hemi. The Arizona Thunder takes the tower side. So we have got three pair down and one pair to go in fuel altered chaos semifinal action. Wheel stander coming up, so don't you dare go anywhere. And after that, we have got your ANRA. Sheldon Lofgren, tower side, Arizona Thunder. Phil Flower, American walk-in cooler side. From Mesa, Arizona, Some Kind of Monster and Arizona Thunder. Chaos. 409 beats a 437, and Sheldon Lofgren going to the final round. 409, 171 beats a 437 at 160.47 miles an hour. All right, race fans. Hey, ANRA junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Sportsman and Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Hot Rod lanes 4 and 5. Sportsman lane 3. Junior dragsters, as you've been running all day, lane 1 or 2 as appropriate to your class. Well, race fans, don't look now, but it's time for a little two-wheel action, and I'm not talking motorcycle. I'm talking about PT Cruiser with a big supercharged engine. Back in the back, it's none other than Nitro Mike. Pat Neal and the Pinball Wizard back on the tower side. A little more exhibition fun for you. Well, Warren Evans, I can tell you for a fact I love my job. We have got one more little exhibition here for you with the Fuel Altereds at Fuel Altered Chaos. Little fun grudge match. There they go down the racetrack. Good looking lap. Right side gets there first. 448 beats a 450 at 154 miles an hour. Right side 170.7 down the left side of the Pinball Wizard. Glad to see the Wizard getting it all the way down the racetrack. Good looking run there for both teams. Put a win light in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Well, all right. Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway, bringing you even more than promised. So before I tell you the wheel stander's coming up, let me double check and make absolutely for sure. All right, looks like there might be a little something else going on. So I'm looking at the video from the staging lanes. Something rolling up. And race crew checking the track just to make sure there is nothing out there that should not be. ANRA Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 or 2. As you've been running all day, we are now to eliminations. Sportsman lane 3, Hot Rod lanes 4 and 5. Man, what a day under the sun in Tucson, Arizona. We are experiencing all kinds of fun sensations as the fuel altereds have rocked our world. Okay, race fans, we are checking the racetrack, just getting everything squared away, make sure that all the sensors are reading properly. All right, so fuel altered chaos racers, if you are out of competition, your payout is available on the second story of the tower. If you are out of competition in fuel altered chaos, second floor, second door, that's where you'll come to get those payout checks. Man, what a show these fuel altereds have put on for us. Great job, everybody. All right, looks like a single license run. Okay, going to be Chad Clifton continuing with that license process in the altered. November 6 and 7, Fuel Altered Chaos will be back at Tucson Dragway for what just might be the biggest one ever. Only 1 year in. Chad Clifton out of Tucson, Arizona. 32 Bantam, supercharged big block Chevy power. Doing the licensing. He's been on the right side of the Christmas tree so far this weekend. Shifts it over to the left side of this perfectly prepared racetrack. So it looks like Chad Clifton continuing with the licensing process, going for both 8 mile and 4 mile licensing. Keeps his foot in the throttle. Down the racetrack past the 8th mile, stopping the clocks across the 13:20 at 7:23. I'm sorry, that looks like yeah, that's 7:23, 156.8 miles an hour at the quarter. All right, race fans, when you come to chaos races, rule number 1 is what? Have fun, that's right. Somebody's paying attention. So it's time for a little more fun. What do you say? Nitro Mike's supercharged PT Cruiser came out last night, and this Guinness Book of World Records record holder, I don't know if he was going for another record, but he came close as he put it on 2 wheels and went way down past the scoreboards. And what a show it was. So the flames out the back precede the tire smoke from the burnout. Nitro Mike don't waste no time getting on that back bumper. Smokes those tires, gets on the gas and sets it on the back bumper and eases it out there so some of you at the half-track point can see just how spectacular the PT Cruiser wheel stander is. Coming back this direction after the burnout. All right, he's going to be bringing that car behind the starting line. He'll pull it up and stage it. Take that green light, and that's when the magic happens. That's when the magic happens. He'll put that baby on the back bumper again. Let's just see how far he can take it this time. No trouble last night. Maybe a little calmer conditions. One of the things you get concerned about a little bit when you drive a wheel stander is the wind. And we do have some of that, but he's got it on the back bumper, and he's on the way down past 660, past 1,000 feet, on the way to the quarter mile. Still got it on the back bumper, sparking it down there, finally sets it down. So I don't know how far past 1320 that was, but wow. What a run. As he heads over towards that right side wall, looks like he's going to turn around and come back this direction. Nitro Mike, ever the showman, brings it back. Let's take a look down there in the shutdown area. Are we going to see a little flame show down there? I see the PT Cruiser heading this direction. And oh man, you see that 105 miles an hour across the finish line on 2 wheels? There we go. Sets it up, brings it back this way. How far is he going to come this direction? Well, there he goes. There's 660. He sets it down right there at the 660. He'll bring it to a safe stop right up here about 100 feet on the racetrack. Bringing the flames and the wheel stander, the PT Cruiser. Got to tell you, I've always been a fan of that body style. Race fans, there he is. How about a hand for Nitro Mike from British Columbia, all the way down to Tucson Dragway. What a show. Great job, great work. Get a chance to see him one more time tonight as he's coming back after the finals of our Fuel Altered Chaos. Can't wait for that. He will jump back in, fasten that safety belt, take it back to the pits. And I know that if you haven't already met him, you're going to want to go over there to Fuel Altered Alley. He's right there at the front of it. Go by and pick up the hero cards and find out the information about Nitro Mike. bringing that amazing PT Cruiser wheel stander down from British Columbia, Canada. What a show. Yeah, that's right. Show him some love. He deserves it after that. Wow. Man, race fans, I don't know about you, but I'm having a great time. All right, ANRA, we've got several classes called to the staging lanes. Your first round of elimination is about to begin, and we will run the race to completion in each class. Final round set for fuel altereds, 7 o'clock tonight. Yes, we are going to be working on eliminations for all of our ANRA classes. We're down to our finals in both fuel altered categories. Finals of all classes, 7 o'clock. You got some time to get something great to eat, something cold to drink, pick up some hero cards, and meet some new friends. Check out all the cars that are out there on Fuel Altered Alley or in the ANRA pit area as well. I know they'd love to see you too. But we will be racing from now until the racing is done. 7 o'clock, final round for Fuel Altered Chaos. Should be just about done with all the classes by then. We'll have our finals in Fuel Altered, and we'll have one more trip down the racetrack by Nitro Mike. So plenty to stay for, plenty to see, lots to enjoy, and we're glad you're here for it. We're here for you. Fuel Altered Chaos Racers, if you are out of competition, your payout will be available on the second floor of the tower. Second floor, second door. You will be able to pick those up. If you haven't got a W-9, is that the name of is that the correct term? If you haven't got the appropriate tax documentation on file with us, you'll need to be prepared to fill one out. That particularly comes in whenever the check goes to the owner, not the driver. But when you come up to pick up your payout, be prepared to fill out the appropriate tax paperwork. But it will be available starting now, second floor, second door of the tower.
Test, 1, 2, test. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we go with our junior dragsters. Here in American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane, that belongs to Dalton Akers. Now, Dalton just got his license not that long ago. Kid's only, I think, 6 years old. So he is in the younger age group here at Tucson Dragway. We have both 6 to 12 and 13 to 17. Looks like Dalton's going to roll in deep. Turns off that top bulb. Up against John Brewer III. John's over here in the left-hand lane. Now we are in elimination. So left lane stuck a 1260 on the window. Right lane stuck a 1408. Get out there at that 660 feet. And the green wind lights come on. Oh, on a breakout win. Win goes over to John Brewer III. Dalton goes 1432 on a 1408. So it was about 310 above to take it 45 miles an hour. And it looks like John Brewer will take that win 1279 on a 60. So he was about 19 above as well. Next pair coming to you. Looks like Gracie Slade, sponsored by New Wheel here on the tower side. And on the board, it looks like Gracie with an 1190 up against Raiden Rohel. Raiden 1190 as well. Wow. Heads up race for two youngsters. Again, I believe both of these are in the younger 6 to 9 age group. We had our junior divisional here a couple of weeks ago during the fair. It's kind of a neat deal for our junior divisional dragsters. It's kind of funny because the kids all get a whole bunch of their golf carts, line them up, and they all get to go over to the fair while they're here. Oh, Gracie, red by 30. Raiden, he's kind of just sitting there looking at it, and little Tardy goes 2.66. But looking for the 11.90 on the window and goes about 9 above. So 11.99 at 53.59 to take the win. But Gracie, she goes red here at the hit on the 30, but still goes 12.02. Wow. All right, looks like we're jumping up into the older age group. Here's Riker, sponsored by Fry's Grocery Store. How cool is that? This older age group, right now 10 to 12. So Riker here in the left-hand lane. Up against Christian Pridgett. And we talked about Christian a little while ago. Let's see Grandpa giving some instructions and bringing him up to the starting line. So we get to see Grandpa quite often in his Corvette Roadster. So he's out there giving grandson Christian a little bit of heads up. Oh, and another, speaking of heads up, another heads up race. 890s a pair on both sides of the tree. It's going to go to, better reaction times. Liable to take this one away, and we'll have a quick look at it and see if the better reaction time does it. And it does not, because he pushed him out the back door, took the stripe. Took the stripe and goes 8.95, but Christian took a little bit too much stripe. Goes 8.87 on the 90, 300ths too quick. So margin of victory, about 17. Hun goes over to Riker, and it's about 18 feet is about all that there was between the two of them. All right, here's Jace Renault. Well, another one of our local junior dragster racers that now I think Jace is about to the point. His brother Cade is running the Chevelle, Malibu, one of the two. Cade's running the big car right now anyway, and Cade was a champion here for quite some time. But Jace has picked up the Montreal and going to take it out the back door. So he's got a buy run here by virtue of closest or the best reaction time. So 790 in the older age group. That's more or less the fast as you can go or quick as you can go on an ET. But I think it's about 90 miles an hour, but on a 790. So put that on the window, and he's been going about 789. So see what he does this time. See Kate standing back here. Egan brother on. Say, yeah, let's go ahead and run that 790. So with a little better reaction time, puts him on the buy run. Dad Justin backing him up, the crew chief. Mom standing by. Okay, it's all up to you now, Jace. But on a buy run, you can pretty much do about anything. If you want to go red, that's okay. Squeeze the bulb just a little bit tighter. Tree comes down, goes green, though. Picks up a green light. Oh, only by 21 red, so he would have gone red, but when you're by yourself, you can do that and go under as well. 2 under, dialed at 90, goes a double 8, 82.99 for Jason Knoll. So you got to be a little careful of that. Make sure you don't go too far under. But a couple of hunt under, not too bad for Jace. And jumping up another category for our junior dragsters. So like us here at Tucson Dragway, though, we do have only 2 categories that we normally run. But as it is right now, we're running all the different categories in today's more or less a divisional type. So here at Tucson Dragway, we run 6 to 12 and 13 to 17. But during divisionals and some of the races like this, you end up with about 4 different categories. Well, we're jumping up into the 3rd one that we have here this weekend. And this is 15 to 17. Now, we've seen Isabella in her junior comp. And today she's in a Mike Boss chassis owned by Grandma and Grandpa, sponsored by M&M Fuels. It's a 2022 half-scale chassis, but actually I thought it was a Mike Boss chassis from looking at it early on, but looks like it's a half-scale. Up against Allison Bollet. Now, we talked about Allison a while ago when she was up in one of the time trial runs. Her car is probably sitting back there. I think she's running hot rod as well, because Allison is 16, 17 years old, so she is allowed to run the big car as well as her junior. She has not aged out yet in the junior. So once you reach, you can run the entire year at 17 years old. So Allison, she runs that Nova, and she'll run her junior dragster in the older age group. I suppose Isabella probably about the same way if she's running junior comp as well. Because with junior comps, you got to be at least 16, because those are pretty quick rides. Usually a Suzuki motorcycle motor, 6-speed transmissions. They're both in pre-staged and staged. Tree comes down and it goes green for both drivers. Wow, about 15 Hun separates them at the starting line. We'll see how that plays out at the big end. Oh, and it does. Looks like Isabella's going to take it away. Dialed to 90, goes 94, 4 above. It's 79 miles an hour. And it looks like Allison had a better light, 24 to a 39, but Allison goes 82 miles an hour and was 6 above. So that 2 Hun cost her the race. Margin of victory out 47 thousandths of a second. Goes over to Isabella. All right, here we go. Jumping categories on you again. Gonna go over to Ken Rader and Scuba. Scuba's in the Ranger pickup truck. That's a 1983, 350 cubic inches. 350 cubic inches? It says, that's what it says on the machine, 350 cubic inches under the hood of the Ranger pickup truck. Got a 1297 on the window. Ken Rader here in the 92.9 The Bull radio station, 1317. So Ken in the Firebird going to get to leave just a little bit before. And it looks like they both left under green. And wow, one of them's got about a 4 stuffed away in the bank, see if it holds up at the big end. And that was Ken that had it in the bank, and he keeps it there on a double breakout. Looks like Rader's going to get it. Had an 11 to a 56, so 4 put away. Goes 89 miles an hour and runs 90 on a 17. Or I'm sorry, a 29. So it looks like, wow, just a tick above, about 23 feet separated them at that 1,320 foot mark. There's Allison. And here's Miss Boley. Allison, we just saw her in her junior dragster. She didn't quite make it in the junior, but hey, she's got a bye run here, so she will make it into that round number next. Looking for the 1207, see if she hangs on to that 1207. Put it on the window, and maybe Dad Ken. Now we know Ken also in his Land Shark chassis. We see Ken every once in a while, but haven't seen Ken since Allison got in the car in her big bumper Nova. So she runs both the junior dragster and the Nova. Would have gone red by 6 thou. Looking for a 07, goes an equipment saving 14, so 7 above at 110. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We need D-gas, dog, or Delta gas, NE3. Both D-gas and NE3 to the lanes, please. What about all right, once again, jumping categories. Going to go into hot rod. I believe hot rod is one of our larger categories for the weekend. There's Ryan McCammond here in the left-hand lane up against Jeffrey Edwards. Jeffrey in that good-looking teal Nova. Jeffrey hung a 10-14 on the window of the Nova. Comes out of the Phoenix area in that 66 Chevy 2, the shoebox Chevy 2. Big block, 565 cubic inches. Going to go up against Ryan McCammon's Oldsmobile Omega. It's powered by a small block, about 355 cubic inches of stroker motor, 1148 on the window. So, of course, the 1148 is going to get to leave almost an entire second and a half prior to Jeffrey getting that green light. Tree comes down on a 5 full. Goes green for both drivers. Oh boy, there's 500 put away. See if it holds up at that 1,300. Oh, and it does. As Ryan takes the win, goes 48, goes dead 7 after a 10 light. So about a 17 pack at 119 miles an hour. goes over to Ryan McCammon. Here's Paul Coleman in his 67 Chevy Chevelle. Larry's Engine Machine. 555 cubic inches. Just got licensed. Upgraded his license not that long ago in this Chevelle. He's here in the left-hand lane with a 978 on the window. Up against Luis Valenzuela. Luis, one of our past Super Pro champions here at Tucson Dragway. 880. Now there's almost a full second separates them here at the starting line. You can see it there at the starting line. See what happens. Better reaction time is liable to take the win. See if it does. And it does. Yes, sir. Wow. On a breakout win. Looks like Paul took just a little bit too much stripe. Goes 3 under. Dialed to 78. Goes to 75 at 133 miles an hour. And Luis going to go 146 miles an hour and goes 5 above. But he had almost 4 put away in the bank before he left the starting line. Here's Tyler Sally here in the left-hand lane in the dark. Sponsored by, guess what? Sally Transmissions out of the Phoenix area. 1972 Dodge Dart Swinger, a stroker motor, 408 cubic inches out of a 360 Pentastar motor up against Colin Porst. Colin 67 Chevy 2 shoebox. It is a small block Chevy under the hood. 434 cubic inches. 1079 on the window. 1152 for Tyler. Tyler in the dark gets away first. And once again, it is a double green light start. And Tyler had a 005 and took it out the back door. 15 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory, 2 feet separated them at the 1320. Tyler Sally with the win. Here's Haley Hanger and Aaron McCammon. Now Aaron just saw the kid take it away. Can he do the same thing in the El Camino? The El Camino right-hand lane, big block, 954 on the window. Another small block, left lane, 1155. Wheels up, launch. The El Camino gets away with a green light. Haley gets away with a green light as well. The Nova against the El Camino. Here comes that bow tie. El Camino in a hurry. Can he get there in time? And he does. Looks like Aaron and Ryan, both McCammons, coming into round number next. And, oh, wow, Aaron, dead 1 after a 74 light. So 75 pack, not bad, but wow, dead 1. Mark Jones. Now, Mark's picked up several of the gamblers, so we can call him Mark Gambler Winner Jones over there in the right-hand lane, 1084 in the Mustang Fastback. Up against Brad Akers. And we saw Dalton just a minute ago in his junior dragster. So Dalton's only about 6 years old, but we won't say how old Brad is. Comes out of the Benson area. He's got both the rear engine dragster and the Chevelle. Looks like he's playing in the Chevelle today, looking for an 1118 up against the Ford. Ford, it looks like the Ford does have a little bit better light, and he's got a win on a double breakout win. Wow. Looks like Mark only went under by 3, and Brad goes under by 5. Better light goes to Mark as he gave the stripe, too much of it, over to Brad, and Brad took a little bit, took about 5 on too much. Here is Cade Renault. We talked about Cade a minute ago when Jace was up. Cade with an 1129 on the window here in the 92.9, the bull lane, left lane. Going to get to leave about 3/4 of a second before Steve Valdez. Valdez in the Vega, 1058 on the window. Comes up out of Douglas. So we get to see Steve every once in a while, especially during our border battles. As Steve will come up in the tower and speak a few words. I'm not going to have to do much here. As Cade, red light, 9 thousandths of a second. Free time run. Looking at the green wind lights on his scoreboard, Valdez says, thank you, I'll go dead 8 after a 135 light. Here is Marv Wolfmeyer in the old school Long Road Vega. He's here in the left-hand lane. Over there in the American walk-in coolers, that belongs to George T-Bone and Thomas. Comes all the way from Mariposa, California. And of course, Marv used to be work for the Vail School District quite some time ago, and retired from the U.S. Air Force. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it, Marv. He gets to leave almost a half a second, a little over half a second before T-Bone does. Not a neat looking ride though. Was it about a 56 Ford Custom line? The old gasser style, front end hanging up in the air. His past run was a 10:52. Well, he's 158 on the window this time. So about 6 better, he thinks. So lower it down just a little bit and see what happens. Marv, his last pass was a 17. He stayed with that 17, and he gets another win light. He gave the stripe. Looked like he kind of backed into him a little bit because he goes a 22 on a 17. And T-Bone goes away with a 50. He was 3 under. Dial of 58 goes to 55. Marv goes 22 on a 17. So, yeah, at 118 miles an hour, he might have backed up just a little bit. Margin of victory, 8/10,000ths of a second goes to Marv. I don't know. Was that at the end of our hot rod category? So we got D, Delta Gas, NE3. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hey, if you've been hanging out, sitting down in front of the tower on our grandstands, a gentleman just brought up a set of earphones, headphones, that earmuffs type stuff. But if you want to claim them, coming up the second floor of timing tower, first door. If you happen to be missing your set, and they look relatively small, so they might belong to a youngster. So if you happen to have left them on the bleachers down in front of the tower, we have them for you. So come on up, claim them, let me know the color and all that stuff, and we will get them back to you. Thanks, Wade. So like I say, we've got a couple of categories called. The pits, hey, D gas or Delta gas, your final call. NE3, your final call. And let's go ahead and put our junior comp final in the lanes. So well, guys, we got to going to do a little asphalt Zamboni, some broom and groom, and make it all that much better for our guys. And we're kind of standing by. We've got some lane calls out for some cars to make it up here. But as it is right now, we're going to do a little broom and groom and make sure everything is good to go for our folks that are going down. We just ran our hot rod category, so I think we got about 7 of those folks going to come back. So thank you, guys. What we're going to do is as soon as we clear out these lanes we'll get our hot rod guys back up in here. So, and so it'll be just a couple minutes while we get some dead air out there, get everything happening for you to make sure everything's that much better. So like I say, our next group coming to you should be our D or dog Delta gas category. And these guys all run on an index. because if you've not been down to Vendors Midway, they might even still have some of the event T-shirts down there. So we got all kinds of good stuff. And then yummy kettle corn. If you haven't been down to visit Sam, he's got all kinds of great kettle corn for you. So you need to get down and get you a big bag of that, because you'll go through it in a hurry. Bacon wrapped burritos for Gonzalez. That's our main concession area. Sweet rolls down there, and sexy chicken wings. So haven't been down there to find out what the sexy chicken wings are, but we might do that a little bit later on. But it looks like everything is rolling pretty well. Dave said we're going to get our Fuel Altereds finals back up here 7 or maybe a little sooner even. So looks like, what time is it even? Oh, it's about 5:30-ish. So another hour and a half, give or take. Get our Fuel Altered Chaos back up to the lanes. And, of course, Mike back up here with the PT Cruiser. All kinds of stuff still happening out here at Tucson Dragway. Hey, speaking of that, keep tabs on our website, www.tucsondragway.com. If you're not watching live, you already know where it's at, but www.tucsondragway.com. We've got so many events happening out here this year. Farm Truck and Asian are going to be here, and I believe that's like October 15, 16, something like that. So you keep those dates open. Mid-October for Farm Truck and Asian, for the Farmapalooza is going to be out here at Tucson Dragway. So a lot of you are familiar with the old Outlaw series of Farm Truck and Asian, the Oklahoma guys that they've been here a couple of times, and Farm Truck decided he was going to turn around and come back again. So I'm not sure that we're going to have any of the Outlaw racers, but we may end up even with a few of them. But we know Farm Truck and Asian are coming back. Next weekend, or not next weekend, but the weekend after, is our final Tucson team race. Now, Tucson team, they were a three-peat. They won 3 division titles in a row, and they missed last year by like 1 or 2 points. They would have had a 4-peat. But otherwise, Tucson team is on top of Division 7 every single year. So weekend after next will be our last, the 8th team race for Tucson Dragway. We'll crown the champions once again. So if you look across the racetrack, you'll see the list of our champions, 21, 22, 23, 24. They're all up there on the board. So we're fixing to put up another one of our team champions. So after a weekend after next. So if you want to come by and visit with that, we should have all of our team racers back out here again for Tucson team number 8. Our competitor in NE3, our single competitor in NE3. So this would be the final and the final and semifinal and the final. It's all together now. on a 980 index. So Emerson Rose. Oh, now Emerson Rose also in the junior comp. So going to be in the final for junior comp as well. So looking for that 980 in the Roadster. Goes about 7 above, 87 on the 80 at 136.97 for Emerson. So once again, going to put it out there that we do have some headphones or earphones that were left in the bleachers down below the tower. If those happen to be yours, please come up, identify them, so we can get them to you. Attention to pits, NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, this is your first call to the lanes. And I see Emerson just ran, but we'll just put out another call for junior comp. So I guess we've got a couple of competitors, Isabella and Emerson in junior comp final, but they will throw it out there. D-Gas. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Hey, let's go ahead and get our hot rod back. Attention in the pits, hot rod. This will be your first call. Thanks, Mikey. Always a pleasure, guy. Glad to take care of you. All right, jumping into our D-Gas category on a 1080 index. Cade Renault, right-hand lane. Anthony Byers. Isn't that a neat-looking ride? What a cool ride. Nova station wagon. Home wrecker 4 on the side of the car. It's 1965 long-roofed Nova. 400 cubic inches. Up against Cade's Malibu. And again, in D-Gas, 1080 index. And again, double green light start. Both of them get away. Whole lot better light. He's going to take that one away, I'm sure. The better light by a whole 10th goes over to the winner. That's belongs to Anthony in the Nova wagon. 8 above. Down to 1080. Well, it goes 98, so about 18 above, but still at 109 miles an hour. Cade goes 11:52, but he left a whole 10th here at the starting line. Another cool looking ride. Look at this Ford. 1956 Ford Gasser style here in the left-hand lane. T-Bone. George T-Bone Thomas, I believe. 470 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood. Up against Colin Porst. Colin, 434 cubic inches of small block Chevy. Again, oh, better light. Gonna take this one away again. Unless T-Bone can catch up in a hurry. Now, somebody playing up there at the big end, and it did not work. Sounded like T-Bone was kind of playing with the throttle a little bit, and goes 11:25. Gives a win over to Colin. Colin goes 109 miles an hour on a 1092. So he's about 12 above with a 7 at 109.44. Margin of victory, about 47 hun. Goes over to Colin. So once again, Hot Rod. Hot Rod, this will be your second call. Hot Rod, it's come on back, lanes 4 and 5. And let's get B-Gas. Boy, Bravo, B-Gas. Let's get you headed to lanes 2 and 3. Bravo, B-Gas, and Hot Rod. So got a short break in between. We got some calls out for our ANRA guys that are out here playing this weekend. What a neat deal this is to have here at Tucson Dragway. Now, I think this is like the first time that ANRA has traveled away from their home track. And they made that trek over here, I believe, out of Bakersfield. I mean, it could be way wrong, but made that trek over here to Tucson Dragway to put on a show for you out there in the grandstands. Thank you guys, as well as online. So a lot of folks say, I think yesterday when I got online and was kind of looking around, there was like 300 folks from all over the country. So thank you guys for tuning in. Hey, Ernesto and some of the guys that are putting this live feed out, thank you guys. It's been a great deal. They had a little trouble yesterday. Lost a couple of cameras down track, and they got that all back together, put it all back together, and man, did a great job putting it all back together. So just to make that live feed work, and there was a little bit of trouble. They, like I say, one or two of the cameras just decided they didn't want to play anymore, so they quit. But Ernesto and his group got them all back together and made it so you guys out there in Neverland can actually see what's happening here at Tucson Dragway. And once again, we have so much going on the rest of this year. Normally we're down, pretty much down July and August in that area, June, July in there. But for the most part, keep tabs on our website, www.tucsondragway.com, and I'll let you know everything that's happening. So it looks like we are loading up the lanes again. We've got Hot Rod called. We've got our Junior Comp Final called. NE2 is called. And B, or Bravo Gas, has been called. So those all should be loading up in the lanes. We'll get back into racing just shortly. So, well, it doesn't look like the wind has calmed down a whole lot. Still a little breezy, but hey, it is Tucson, and it's Tucson Dragway. If we didn't have this little breeze, it would be like hot. A little more than the usual hot, but final call for Hot Rod. Should be headed to the lanes. I think there's 7 of you coming back. So Hot Rod, Junior Call, NE2, and Bravo, B-Gas. Should all be headed to the lanes if you're not already there. Attention to pits, attention to the area. Hey, Hot Rod Racers, if we can get you to stop at the half stripe, that's where your ladder is. So, Hot Rod Racers, there's 7 of you. If you will stop at the half stripe, we will get you paired up there. All right, into NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. This index is 880. You see at the bottom of the scoreboards. Both over here in the 92.9, the left lane scoreboard, and the American Walk-In Coolers right lane scoreboard. Coming all the way from L.A., that's Lindsay. Easy for you to say. Up against Michael Nitz. Michael out of Happy Jack, Arizona. Looks like a pair of small blocks. 406 in the right-hand lane, 400 in the left-hand lane for the T. 1923 Ford T. So it looks like the past run for Michael was an 894, so he's about 4 above. See what he does this time. They both leave under green. Oh, not a whole lot separates them here. It's going to be one at the 1320. Both of them looking over their shoulders going, uh-oh, and it looks like the right lane's going to take it. Lindsay had a 115, so about a whole hun better at the starting line, and then goes 90. 10 above on the 80 at 145. And it looks like Michael goes about 17 above at 148. So the win goes over to Lindsay. Jumping into NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Their index, yeah, this is the second pair in that Nostalgia Eliminator with that 880 index. So the Topolino here on the tower side coming all the way from Lake Havasu with that 880 index. 540 cubic inches of Chevrolet power between the frame rails. Up against Haley Maroney. Boy, that is a name. The Maroney family have been running forever. In fact, I think the grandpa is inducted into the Arizona Drag Racing Hall of Fame. And you see Jim out there bringing his daughter in, Haley Maroney. She's over there in the right-hand lane in a 1970 front-engine dragster, small block Chevy powered. And the Maroney family, man, they've been in Arizona forever and drag racing forever, even with the Lopers and everything else up in the Phoenix area. But looks like they've passed it on down, and Jim was even in a top fuel for quite a while. Normally we get to see Jim in his altered out here, but it didn't happen this year. I think they broke it at startup at the house. Looks like Haley swings out towards the fence a little bit, but she goes red at the hit by 31. Look at that. Justin goes 0, 0, 0. A perfect reaction time here in the left-hand lane. Way to go. So that doesn't happen too often, especially when you're going on a button to go 0, 0, 0. Then he goes 5 above on the 80, 85 with a deuce at 150 miles an hour. So nicely done when your opponent red lights. All right, I believe we are going to Bravo, B-Gas. Jumping categories on you again. How neat is that? We got so many categories that we get to just keep going through them. So this is a B-Gas category. Neil Westbrook. Another gorgeous paint job. These guys really put all the effort into that. And with B-Gas or Bravo Gas, it's an 880 index as well. Big block, Chevrolet power, left lane. A blown big block or small block in the right-hand lane. Mark Lager looking for that 880 in a 1964. Gonna get away. Ooh, both of them green light start. 660. Looks like the Nova's ahead. Can he stay that way? And nope, can't do it. He goes under the 8 with a 78. Wow, 3 under. It's at 150 miles an hour. So he breaks out, gives the win. He had it. He had 5 stuffed away in the bank, but he took too much stripe and gives the win over to Neil Westbrook. Westbrook in that Camaro goes 12, 9-12 on the 880. So look, speaking of backing up at 125 miles an hour on a 912. So margin of victory about 39 hun and goes over to the left-hand lane to Neil. Oh, a Byron. Tim Gorman. 1955. 600 cubic inches under the hood of that good-looking 55. Orange and white 55 Chevy. Free time run, 29 red, doesn't matter. 879, wow. His last pass was an 8.8. This one's quicker than that, 8.7. And faster mile an hour as well, 157. Last pass was 156. Attention to pits, Hot Rod, your final call. To the half stripe to get paired up. Looks like perhaps our junior comp final. The Pyrus family. Coming out of Madera, California. Like we said, I believe Emerson last during our junior divisional a couple of weeks ago. It was either Emerson or Isabella. Not sure which one it was, but one of them took home a bag of donuts and a trophy. During the divisional, you get to take home a Wally. So one of the two. It's a Visions chassis underneath Isabella. Sponsored by M&M Fuels and G&G Racing. And I suppose Emerson's about the same way. Good to see Emerson occasionally in the Ford Roadster, but Emerson's also in this junior comp, and it's kind of interesting. Junior comps are usually Suzuki motorcycle engines. Most of them are 6-speed shifted transmissions. So haven't paid a whole lot of attention to whether either one of these, the Pyrus family, is shifting or not, but Dad running between the two, making sure they're doing well. And of course, it's 690 index you see at the bottom of the scoreboards, left and right. So both of them looking for that 690, but also going to take out the other one. So they can go quicker so long as they don't go quicker than the other lane. Oh, one of them's got 2 put away. Let's see what happens. Oh, no. And it worked on a double breakout. They both go under the 90. Looks like Emerson goes double 8. Isabella goes 87. Margin to victory 6. That's 0.006 ten-thousandths of a second. Goes over to Emerson. Wow. There was less than a foot at the finish line. At 99 miles an hour for Emerson. So congratulations to Emerson and Isabella on the Junior Comp final. Attention in the pits. Attention pits. NE1. NE1. This will be your first call. Back to the lanes, please. NE1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Your first call back to lanes. To pass on to you out there in the grandstands, you can kind of feel that breeze at your back. So that's mainly the reason that we have the asphalt Zamboni out there on the racing surface. We're getting some dust and, some debris and stuff out there on the racetrack that we don't want our high-powered race cars to get into. So hopefully that's not a problem for you, but that's what's happening is we've been getting a lot of dust and stuff with this crazy wind. coming across, and it's we want to make sure that, again, with all these high-powered race cars, that we do not have a slick racetrack. We're here at Tucson Dragway. We safety first, guys. So we value our customers, which is all of our racers and you guys. So understand that it's a little boring to watch the asphalt Zamboni to go back and forth a few times, but it keeps our racing surface safe for our racers, and we need to do that for sure. Like I say, you can feel that breeze on your back, and a lot of times it's you may not see it, but you end up with a lot of dust coming across the racetrack. I'll call them right now. Attention in the pits. Attention pits. Hey, Seagas, Charlie, Seagas. We are changing your lanes for this round only. Lanes 2 and 3. So Seagas, we'd like to get you in the lanes. We skipped around you just a little bit because of the hot rods that are back there. But Seagas, we're going to go ahead and call you for this round only in lanes 2 and 3. So Seagas, Charlie, Seagas. This round, your call. Lanes 2 and 3. But once again, guys, like I say, we're making sure that the racing surface is good, clean for all of our racers, and that's very important to you as well as it is to us. So, and for sure, we got a bunch of high-powered race cars going to be out here shortly, as well as what we have right now. So, slick tires don't like sand. And that's kind of what we were getting on the racing surface. So please bear with us. Like I say, safety first, as we've already had a couple of crashes over the weekend, of course, not due to track surface. So we want to make sure that that does not happen again. So we'll get back to you shortly. Again, we do have a lot of vendors down there in Vendors Midway. Stop by, get you something good to eat or drink. Gonzo's down there. He always serves up some great burgers and hot dogs and hamburgers and all kinds of neat stuff. So, as well as all the rest of them down there. Sam with yummy kettle corn is there. The donut shop, sexy chicken wings, ice cream, coffee to cones. It's amazing how much is down there. So, of course, come visit the fuel-altered Chaos, Nitro Chaos, and Funny Car Chaos merchandise trailer located between the grandstands and the timing tower. T-shirts, hats, hoodies, kids' tees, ladies, sunscreen, ear protection, chapstick. Yeah, and we can go on and on. Hot Wheels, embossed metal license plates. They've even got more than that. So that's down there. Hats are like $25. Hoodies, they're only $45. Hot Wheels, they're only $3. All right, sounds like we got some engines started up. This may be our hot rod category coming back to us. It looks like it. So Ryan McCammond here on the tower side, or the 92.9 The Bull radio station here in the left-hand lane. 11:48 is the dial for Ryan, up against the fastback Mustang of Mark Johns. Mark the Gambler Johns in the 1080 is what he's put on the window. Almost 3/4 of a second. Going to go to Ryan. Gets to leave first. So 11:48 to a 1080. See if it plays out up at the big end. Of course, you choose those numbers. The wind is kind of at the tail, so you might pick up just a little bit. The flag's kind of moving around just a lot. Oh, Ryan. Red light, Ryan, 29 on the red side here in the Oldsmobile. Free time run. Mark, the Gambler Johns, takes the win. Looking for an 80. Goes an 87 with the nickel at 123 miles an hour. So, Aaron in the El Camino just saw Ryan go down. Can he uphold the McCammond family name? And take out the Wolf and the old school Long Road Vega. The Vega's got a stroker motor. The El Camino's got a big block Chevy 565 cubic inches. 952 right lane, 1117 left lane. And the Vega goes red. Again, 29 red. Aaron gets a free time run. He's into round number next. Goes 1 thou under, but hey, doesn't matter. He's looking at the green win lights on his scoreboard at 138 miles an hour, takes the win. Goes 51 with a 9 on the 52. But Wolfie goes red at 29 at the hit. Oh, and then he goes dead 0. Oh, that's not going to make him happy at all. Wolfie goes dead 0, but a 29 red cost him the race. Oops. So once again, Seagas, Charlie Seagas. This round only. Lanes 2 and 3. Your second call. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Hey, I think we have some junior dragsters left. So we're going to call all junior dragsters. All junior dragsters. This will be your first call back to the lanes. All junior dragsters. Lanes 1 and 2, come on down. All right, here's Steve Valdez. Oh, no. On a competition buy. As it looks like Luis is not going to make that call. So it is a competition buy. I believe we will have a laddered buy as well, but wow, Steve, out towards the fence a little bit. Has to drive the Vega back towards the middle. Looking for a 58. Goes dead 7 after a 001. Wow, an 8-pack. Way to go, Steve, at 125.48. So we may have our ladder to buy. We'll see, because I believe there were 7 of them. But Luis unable to make the call in that Camaro. In our hot rod category, as either, I believe it was Emerson, perhaps one of them in our junior comp or one of the other categories, kind of giving them the opportunity to get back into the lanes.
Down to the short rounds, ladies and gentlemen, in all of our categories. We've run some finals. We are down to some finals. And, of course, we are down to the finals in our fuel-altered categories. They are getting them buttoned up and ready for the call to the staging lanes, which will be in about 15 minutes. But we've got our ANRA cars and crews keeping them hot, keeping them rolling down the racetrack as we get down to final rounds in everything. And should be good to go, right on track for a 7 o'clock final for B field fuel altered, followed by a 7:05 final in A field fuel altered. And one more show from Nitro Mike. We might have it all done by 7:15. We will certainly hope that that's the case. And we're working towards that end on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Tucson Dragway.
It's been my pleasure to hang out for a little while, but we're going to give it right back to Dave. Nitro Chaos, Fuel Altered Chaos. David, it's all yours.
Thank you, Bruce. Man, what a great experience listening to you doing what you do so well. We are moving now into our ANRA Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category. Randall Ferguson and Hans Jacob bring their dragsters to the starting line for a quick trip down the quarter mile. Ferguson on the tower side, Jacob on the right side. Lake Havasu, hometown for Hans Jacob, in the blue car. La Habra Heights, California, home for Randall Ferguson in the gray car. In the Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category, they go on a 780 index. They'll take a 4/10 Pro Tree start. Oh, a red light for the blue car down that right side lane. So Hans Jacob, 45 thousandths too quick. Turns on a red light. That puts a wind light on the tower side. Randall Ferguson, 8 over with a 788. 166.5 miles an hour. Good for the win. That one was over early at the starting line with the red light on the right side of the Porter-Tree Christmas tree. 784, the performance was there for the Lake Havasu dragster. But that little early on the trigger put that red light shining, and that put a wind light on the tower side. In the Bull 92.9 lane, Ferguson goes on. All right, so this is round number 1 of our Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category. Next up is going to be Joseph Scaduto on the tower side of the racetrack, also from Lake Havasu. Race fans, you don't have to listen very hard to hear the melodious roar of the Nitro Hemi. They've got it put back together. They are checking to make sure there's no drips, no leaks, and that it is ready for competition in the final round. Fuel Altered Chaos finals coming up at 7 o'clock. We're calling them to the staging lanes in roughly 10 minutes. And Joe Scaduto moves over to the right-hand side of the racetrack on this bye run. Figured he'd go ahead and take his favorite lane since he has the option. He's the only one on the track. Randall Ferguson into the next round of Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Previous runs today, 786, 787, and another 786. Joseph with the bye run is going to ease on into that final round. Magic number 7.80 seconds. He's been as close as 7.862. See if he's looking to get closer to the magic number in pursuit of that win in the next round. 044 green at the start. Takes it across the finish line at 173 miles an hour and a 789 elapsed time. So the final is set. Ferguson versus Scaduto. Tyler Sally brings the Dodge Dart up to the starting line. Had the bye run in the hot rod, on the hot rod ladder. Has to take the tree in order to get the win. Friday qualifying was great. Saturday eliminations, I think you'd have to say even better. The performances have been off the chart here at Tucson Dragway. Two pair left in our Fuel Altered Chaos field. Getting down to a very small number left in our ANRA categories. Tucson Dragway racing through the month of June before that summertime break. July and August, we take the time off. Way too hot to be at the drag strip in July and August in Tucson, Arizona, so we just don't. Although there will be people out here, I'm quite confident that they will continue working on improvements here at the track. Attention in the pits, C-Gas. If you're still in C-Gas, you're not in the staging lanes, we are looking for you right now. C-Gas, final call to the staging lanes right now. Clock is ticking, you got 2 minutes. So Tyler takes the green light. The win light comes on the scoreboard. That's all it takes to get a win when you have got the bye run on a ladder. Seagas coming up with their next round, just about ready to call it good and bring them to the ready stripe. So, hungry people out there, we have some eyewitness testimony from Sexy Chicken Wings. Not only do they have great wings, they have got mini corn dogs, they've got hot dogs, and they've got some amazing burgers. Get yourself a side of onion rings, maybe some seasoned waffle fries, and a cold beverage. All that down at Sexy Chicken Wings. So here comes our next class in the ANRA. Like it's going to be Seagas. Aaron McGammon from Vail, Arizona with the El Camino on the tower side of the racetrack. Tony Pesquera from Tucson. Driving that Chevy Chevelle, getting a lot of use today. 980, the magic number in Seagas. These two Chevrolet G-body drivers squaring off to see who goes to the next round. Both drivers staged, both drivers with a green light. They're close on reaction time. Should be a good match all the way down the racetrack. Perfect number is a 980. I got a 974 left side, a 975 right side. That is a double breakout as they both go under the magic number. 975 is less under than the left side, so Pesquera in the Chevelle turns on the win light. It will be a bye run here with Justin Lynch as we were down to 3 cars. Justin Lynch in a 67 Chevy Nova. Competition bye for Justin Lynch. Brings the Nova to the starting line. Rocky Young broke, so that made a competition bye run for Justin Lynch. Justin goes 982, 2 over the 980 index, 138.75 miles an hour, and moves on another round. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Fuel altered finalists. Fuel altered finalists to the staging lanes, please. Fuel altered finalists to the staging lanes, please. Mr. Nasby, Mr. Lofgren, Mr. Kelso, Mr. Seraphin. Fuel altered finalists to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod, I need you back to the staging lanes, to the mid-stripe, please. Hot Rod, we've got your ladder. We'll pair you at the mid-stripe. Hot Rod, next round to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster, this is Junior Dragster 1 for our 6 to 9-year-old competitors. John Brewer III, tower side, Raiden Rohel on the right side. 1190 and 1270 the dial ends. Tower side, John Brewer III gets a head start, 0.8 of a second in the orange car. And this is your final round in Junior Dragster 1. Four bulbs lit. Looks like we are good to go. The tree counts down. And we've got a red light on the right side. Raiden Rohel, 062 red. That will put a wind light on the tower side right at the hit. And it's going to be 1278, or 49 miles an hour to an 1195 at 53.6 miles an hour. Red light on the right side will make Raiden your runner-up. Wind light on the left side will make John Brewer III your Junior Dragster 1 event champion. Fuel Altered Chaos finalists to the staging lanes, please. Fuel Altered Chaos finalists, bring them to the staging lanes for me now, please. Sportsman, I'm looking for you in the staging lanes, please. Sportsman to staging lane 3. Sportsman, this will be your final round. I need you in staging lane 3, please. Hot Rod, you should be at the mid-stripe. We'll get you paired there with the ladder. This is our finalist Sportsman. Ken Rader on the tower side, Allison Bollet on the right side. 12-16 and 13-17, your dial-ins. Pontiac Firebird with the 13-17 dial-in gets to go first by 1.01 seconds. Allison is going to be doing the pursuing with that Chevy Nova in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Drivers getting themselves into the ready position, and 4 bulbs lit now. Tree counts down, tower side goes first. Green lights on both sides. Oh, 1,000th of a second difference in reaction time. This will be tight. At the finish line, put a wind light on. The Haywick side, Allison Bollet, 12-13 against a 12-58 for Ken Rader. Both drivers under their dial-in. Ken goes way under, so Allison Bollet going to be your winner in Sportsman. Race fans getting close to that fuel-altered final as we're seeing some final rounds. That was a final round there in your Sportsman category. Not a whole lot of cars left in any category. So the winter circle celebrations are not too far from happening. Fuel-altered chaos. Fuel-altered chaos, A field, B field finalists to the staging lanes, please. D-gas to the staging lanes. D-gas to the staging lanes, please. D-gas lanes 5 and 6. Come on down, D-gas. All right, hungry people, if you've been thinking about some specials, your patience will be rewarded. Bacon-wrapped burritos. Buy one, get one free. That's right, bacon-wrapped burritos at the concession stand. Buy one, get one free. On your mark, get set, go. And this is Hot Rod Eliminations, 3rd round. Semi-final round, Tyler Sally and Steve Valdez. 11:50 and 10:58, the dial-ins. The Dodge Dart on the tower side gets the head start, 92 hundredths. Vega gonna be doing the pursuing. Steve Valdez from Douglas. Tyler Sally from El Mirage. Green lights both sides. The Mopar out front. The bow tie in hot pursuit. Close reaction times. Who's it going to be? At the top end of the racetrack, put a wind light on the tower side. Tyler goes 11:49, breaks out 7 thousandths. Valdez goes 10:54, breaks out 53 thousandths, so that's a bigger breakout. Tyler Sally turns on the wind light and will advance into your final round. Your attention, please. All winners back to the staging lanes. All winners back to the staging lanes, please. If you got a wind light in your class, we are looking for you back in the staging lanes. All winners back to the staging lanes, please. Once again, all of in ANRA, any class, and you're still in competition, all winners back to the stage. All winners in ANRA categories. If you are still in competition and just got a win light, we're going to be looking for you back in the staging lanes promptly, like in right now. Fuel Altered Chaos. We are down to 2 pair, B field final, A field final. Race fans, that's coming your way very shortly, plus another exhibition from Nitro Mike and the Petrie Cruiser wheel stander. Not a lot of cars left in competition in our ANRA categories. And we've got a little junior dragster heads up grudge match here. Heads up 790 drag race. And the fires are lit for our junior dragsters. A little 790 showdown. You see the scoreboard, 790 on each side. It's a heads up. 790 drag race. Looks like they're going on a 5/10 full tree. So the tree will count down. Junior dragster evolution since its beginning back in 1992 has been more than evolutionary. I think you'd say revolutionary. No longer something that powers your lawnmower, but rather chromoly flex chassis. It's single cylinder, vaguely resembling a 5-horse Briggs & Stratton, but it's billet aluminum. Everything about it is full race. These families that race 790, and there's also a class called Outlaw 330. It's very quick. But these cars, they're faster than what you drove to the racetrack more than likely. Oh, these drivers got it going on with great reaction times. Across the finish line, win light right side, 789 with a 583 miles an hour to a 788 at 82.2 miles an hour. 028 to 038 reaction times, that's what I was referring to. They were very close there. 1/100th of a second difference at the starting line. That was about the same at the finish line. Good match in the 790 junior dragsters. Next pair of junior dragsters with a run for fun. 890 to dial in on the tower side. Going to get a head start of 2/3 of a second. That's 67 hundredths. It's a 823 dial over on the right side of the Christmas tree. Junior dragster racing, just like the big cars, it's a game of thousandths of a second, sometimes 10,000ths of a second. Very precise measurements used, tuning these cars to get them to go exactly what you predict. 019 red on the tower side, so that'll put a wind light over on the right side. Let's look at performance. 890 and 823, the posted dial-ins. It's an 889 with a 5 left side, 792 with a 9, 2 over with a 9, 84.2 miles an hour down the right side for Allison Bollet. Well, we are either at a final, we have run a final, or we are at a semifinal in all of our ANRA categories. Should be finishing everything just about the same time. This is what you say, the other half of our hot rod semifinal. Aaron McCammon and Mark Johns bring their cars to the starting line. Mark Johns from Vail, Arizona, gets a head start in the Mustang by 1.33 against the Cowboy Cadillac. Aaron McCammon from Vail, Arizona as well. Green lights on both sides, and the wind light comes on the tower side. Aaron McCammon in the El Camino goes 953 on a 952. That's 1 over at 136 miles an hour. 2 over on the right side in the Mustang, 1087 on the 1085 dial in. So it's going to be the El Camino into the final against Tyler Sally's Dodge Dart. Up next, D-Gas, Anthony Byers and Colin Porst. Byers on the tower side from Paso Robles, California. And Colin on the right side from Joshua Tree, California. 1080, the magic number. All right, I was not seeing wrong. There's a home wrecker 3 and there's a home wrecker 4. We just didn't see a whole lot of home wrecker 4 in A-Gas. But we have seen quite a bit of this Nova wagon on the tower side. Man, reaction time strong for this pair. At the finish line, right side, 1077 beats a 1075. That's a double breakout affair. They both go under the magic number of 10.80 seconds. 1077, the lesser breakout, qualifies for the win. Coming down to it. Final rounds in all classes. Don't forget, if you didn't hear, bacon wrap burritos at the concession stand while they last. Buy one, get one free. And a full weekend of drag racing is coming down to a bunch of final rounds, and we're going to send them your way starting here momentarily. Boy, I'm so glad that you came out to join us for the Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway. Whether you're sitting in the grandstands, standing by the fence with one of our teams, or watching on the live stream, it's been our pleasure to host you here at Tucson Dragway. Man, good things happen at Tucson Dragway, and they just continue to get better as the management, ownership, operations team continue to make improvements day by day, week by week, month by month. This becomes a destination drag strip for anybody interested in motorsports. Fuel Altered Chaos, synonymous with Tucson, Arizona. First ever race back in November, 6 months ago. We announced the second annual event would be in November 2026. Between then and right now, got to thinking how much fun we had in November. So, a little more fun can't be a bad idea. So we decided we'd like to have a little more fun. So we're going to do that. Fuel Altered Chaos, the May version. It's Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0. We are down to a final round in Fuel Altered Chaos in our two qualified fields. Western Differential bringing you the B field, and CP Carrillo bringing you the A field. So this is Nostalgia Eliminator 2. And it's Dragster versus Altered. Lindsay Lister from Los Angeles is on the right side of the center stripe in the American Walk-In Coolers lane in that 72 Shoemaker Dragster, powered by a 406 cubic inch small block Chevy. Justin Rathert from Lake Havasu, Arizona in the Topolino by Fiat. Altered. See the numbers on the scoreboard. That's what they're shooting for. 8.80 seconds is the magic number. All right, here they are. Who you got? Oh, red light, tower side. Justin Rather, 3 thousandths too quick. Turns on the red light. That's going to put the red slingshot dragster across the finish line with the wind light on. 0.24 reaction time and a 9:10 at 143.9 miles an hour against a red lighting 889 for Justin Rather with the altered. So Lindsay goes to the next round. And our next pair coming up, Tim Gorman and Neil Westbrook. As we move to B-Gas. So Lindsay Lister from Los Angeles going to take home that Nostalgia Eliminator 2 win. And Justin Rather, Lake Havasu, your runner-up in Nostalgia Eliminator 2 for the Fuel Altered Chaos event here at Tucson Dragway. This is B-Gas. Tim Gorman, Neil Westbrook bring their Chevrolet products to the starting line. Tim on the tower side out of Bakersfield. Neil on the right side out of Pix. In the final round here at Tucson Dragway in B-Gas. 880 the magic. Green lights both sides. Here we go. Man, reaction times oh so close. Who's it going to be at the stripe? It's going to be Westbrook in the Camaro. 895 beats an 8. 5 over or 15 over on the right side and 18 over on the left side. Congratulations, runner-up Tim Gorman, and to your winner in the 1968 Chevy Camaro, Neil Westbrook. Moving now to C-Gas. Justin Lynch and Tony Pesquera. Tony on the right side from Tucson in the Chevy Chevelle. Justin on the tower side with the Chevy Nova. Whittier, California, home for the Nova. Tucson, Arizona, home for the Chevelle. 980, the magic number. That's what they're chasing. It's on the scoreboard. Don't go red. Get there first. Don't go quicker than 980. Let's see what they got. Green lights both sides. We are racing. This will be decided at the finish line, not the starting line. That's a Whataburger start because it's just like I like it. And at the finish line, put a win light on the tower side. It's going to be Justin Lynch, 976, breaks out less than Tony Pesquera's 975. Close match, and your runner-up goes to Tony Pesquera. Your winner, Justin Lynch. Down to our finals. Running them off one by one. Fuel Altered Chaos finalists in the staging lanes, ready for their chance to make a run for glory. See who's taking home the trophy. The big bucks and the brag. It's the home wrecker 4. '59 Rambler station wagon. I knew that looked different. You don't see a lot of Rambler anymore. But the home wrecker 4 got 500 cubic inches of supercharged bow tie underneath that hood. Paso Robles, California, home for Frank Miranda. Tows all the way to Tucson to take home the A-gas win. Gonna make that solo run. Claim the win. Man, the Rambler down that right side lane, chasing a 780, goes 788 with an 8, 175 miles an hour in that heavy wagon. Congratulations on the win in A-gas. Well, that'll make it worth your while coming over from Paso Robles, California. Frank Miranda going to be smiling all the way home. Well, that sun is heading towards the western horizon. Shadows getting long. Coming across the track temperature drops. Should make for some more good final rounds, especially in our fuel altered chaos categories. And next group coming into the water. In the American Walk-In Coolers lane, it's going to be Emerson Rose Pyrus in the Nostalgia Eliminator 3 category. 980, the perfect number. A 022 green light on the right side and a 980 right on the money. Out to that third digit, it's a 980 with a 3, 138.24 miles an hour. A statement win there for Rose. Next pair up going to be a rerun. Looks like it's going to be Sportsman Eliminator. It's going to be Ken Rader on the tower side, Allison Bollet on the right side. 12-16 and 13-17 the dial-ins, just like before. Tower side gets to go first by 1.01 seconds. Final round sportsman, Ken Rader, Austin Boley, Allison Boley. My eyes took a mini vacation there. (13-17) and (12-16) the dial-ins. Green lights on both sides of the Portage Tree Christmas tree. As they head down the racetrack, it's going to be a wind light on the right side. 12-17 and 13-15. Both cars go down the racetrack. 13-15 is a breakout. 12-17 is over by 0-1-9. Congratulations to your winner, Allison Boley. Allison was ready on that one for sure. 005 reaction time and 19 over at 105 miles an hour. Ken Rader, 059 reaction time, breaks out. He'll be your runner-up. Allison Boley, your sportsman winner. Moving now to Hot Rod. This is your final round in Hot Rod. Tyler Sally and Aaron McCammon. It's going to be Dart Sport. Dart Swinger and Cowboy Cadillac. 9:52 and 11:48 the dial-ins. Almost 2 seconds head start for the Mopar on the tower side of the racetrack. Tyler Sally gets to go first. It's final round, Hot Rod. Fourth bulb on, tree counts down. Green lights on both sides and identical reaction times. Man, what a final. You can't get closer than that. 9:49 with a 9 right side, 11:45 with a 0 left side. Double breakout, right side breaks out a little less, and the Cowboy Cadillac going to the winner's circle. Congratulations, runner-up Tyler Sally. And to your winner in the Hot Rod class, Aaron McCammon. All right, racer peoples, we are getting close. We've got lights on. We got Chad Clifton from Tucson continuing the license process, becoming a fuel-altered pilot. Chad Clifton following the prescription for getting licensed to race a car this quick and this fast, with the idea of racing in the future in a fuel-altered. Got to say, I salute that decision. He is just about back from the burnout. There is a prescribed process of making short little squirts, followed by half-track passes, and then full passes all the way down the racetrack. By the time you get the runs made and the paperwork done and qualified personnel to sign off that you are indeed good to go on the racetrack, chances are good to excellent that you actually are. And Chad Clifton definitely representing himself well behind the butterflies of the fuel altered you see in the AWIC lane. All right, into the pre-stage. A few inches more and those front wheels will break the infrared. The second top bulb will come on. Now he's ready to on the way down the racetrack, right down the center of the groove. That's how you like to see it. A 1173.46 miles an hour. All right, so he hangs out the laundry in the shutdown area, and he'll make his way towards the exit. Well, race fans, it's always a pleasure to welcome first-time racers to the Chaos. And I don't know if you can see them right now, but the Fun Bunch, one of the Fun Bunches out of Idaho, is standing in front of the tower. And, of course, I'm talking about Rob Stysloff and the Nasty Habit crew. Happy to welcome you guys to the Chaos. Thanks for racing with us. Great show. So, race fans, what a day. American Nostalgia Racing Association, Fuel Altered Chaos, Nitro Mike, making new friends and having a lot of fun at Tucson Dragway, including our friends on the live stream. Happy to have you joining us from wherever you may be. If you've been following Chaos for any length of time at all, once we started doing the live stream, we began to notice people in New Zealand, people in Australia, people in Europe, lots in Canada, and people across the globe, Philippines, Japan, tuning into the Chaos. So wherever you may be, we are happy that you are here via the live stream at Tucson Dragway. Such a pleasure to welcome you. And for all of you that came out, man, what a great time to be alive. What a great time to be a drag racing fan, particularly if you love fuel altereds like we do. So we have got 2 runs left in competition. It's going to be the Western Differential B field final round. The tower side has got Rich Nasby from Tucson. The right side has got Sheldon Lofgren from Gilbert. It's an all Arizona final round. Nasby qualified number 1 in the Chaotic. Got a win over the Witch Doctor in the first round. A 4:18 beat a 4:45. Got a win in the second round over Mitch Bowen. Went too quick, goes under the 406 index. There is no index in the final round. It's heads up. So it's going to be the supercharged car on the tower side of the racetrack and the turbocharged car over on the other side. Sheldon Lofgren. Sheldon Lofgren in the Hemi Twin Turbo got a first round win over Rob Stysloff, 422 to a 460. Got a semifinal win over Phil Flower in the Some Kind of Monster. 409 beat a 437. That put him in the final round. His 409, not quite enough for lane choice, as the 408 gave that option to Rich Nasby. He chooses the tower side. Western Differential, bringing you the B field in Fuel Altered Chaos. We are down to a final round and the trophy stays in Arizona. That's a fact. The only question is it staying in Tucson or will it be in Gilbert? Rich Nasby calls the car Chaotic. Sheldon Lofgren, Arizona Thunder. Can't go wrong with either one of those. It's final round time in our B field, and the turbo car spools up into the stage. Here we go. Who you got? Winlight, tower side. 399 with a 9 to a 434 with a 1. It's going to be Nasby in the 3-second run. 399 with a 9. Got to be loving some of that to the 434 at 156. A big top end speed of 179 plus miles an hour. Man, a great way to start our final rounds in fuel alters. Congratulations, Arizona Thunder. Sheldon Lofgren, your runner-up. And to your B field champion in fuel altered chaos, Rich Nasby. Great way to start our final rounds in fuel altered chaos. Man, oh man, and now that brings us to our A field. And it is going to be a lot of, maybe an emotional experience for you race fans. When those nitro fumes start filling the air, they hit your eyes and they hit your nose, you will about it. Probably won't forget it. You might get hooked. Because that's about what happens when you come to the drag races and you experience the magic of pop. Both cars will pop in the tank. Man, oh man, this Arizona-California showdown in the final round. CP Carrillo bringing you the A field in fuel-altered chaos. Best name in the business for rods, pistons, operating for years. Our contact guy, Nick Arias, carries that family name and the legend of excellence with the company. That's why they put their name on the A field. Jimmy Kelso from right here in Tucson. Man, what a story they've had this weekend. Going from the dejection of kicking the rods out on their first burnout, but decided that they would put one back together. And so far, the bullet is working. Got them into the final round. They have run 385 and 391 to get here with wins over Clint Barnett and Chris Vogel. Brandon Serafin, first time in competition in chaos, goes 388 to take out low qualifier Kevin Knowles in the first round. Runs 390 with a 7 to the 390 with a 7 for Michael Halstead in the semifinal. Halstead just left a red light on the Christmas tree. Arizona. Candles lit as they are on the way down the racetrack. Whoa, what a final, 388 to 386. Oh, man. Margin of victory, 1/100th of a second, and it goes to Brandon Serafin from Corona, California. 388, 187 miles an hour. The Speed Sport car, 386, 192.29. Quicker and faster, but off the starting line second, and that is all it took. 059 to 097 at the starting line. It was a 958 60-foot for the spare change on the right side, 984 on the left side for Kelso. At the half track, 257 left side, so Speed Sport began to catch up, and 258 on the right side. But at the finish line, it was not quite enough. A 386 falls to a 388. Big speed, big mile per hour, quick times, and a lot of thunder from those nitro Hemis. What do you think about that, race fans? What a final round. Congratulations to our Tucson, Arizona native runner-up, Jimmy Kelso, and taking that trophy back to Corona, California, Brandon Serafin. Man, I'm not sure how you get better than that. Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0 lives up to expectations, maybe even exceeds expectations. Wow, what a pair of great final rounds. And as the sun goes down, we got a little more flame show for you with Nitro Mike in the PT Cruiser wheel stander. How about it, race fans? Tell them what you think about all that. All right, race fans, I got one final round left in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. These two dragsters, and we've got Nitro Mike with the wheel stander coming up right after that. So a pair and a wheel stander. I'm sticking around for it. I invite you to do the same. All right, we're looking for the all clear in the shutdown area. Should have that very shortly. Our Nostalgia Eliminator 1 final round coming your way. And then Nitro Mike is going to close the show for you here on Saturday night. We are under the lights at Tucson Dragway. What a weekend. Tucson delivers again. Man, oh man, can't wait until November when Fuel Altered Chaos 3 takes place. Put it on your calendar and don't put it in pencil either. November 6th and 7th, it's going to be Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway, the third version of this spectacular event. And we've already got people in the Midwest chomping at the bit to come out here and experience what you have just experienced today with Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway. So it promises to be an awesome event. We want you back here. We look forward to seeing you here. I hope you got your event shirts. I'm not sure if there's any left. I know that several sizes sold out, but man, we thank you for your support. Mel and his crew over at the Fuel Altered Chaos trailer really did a great job with the T-shirt, celebrating a couple of the Fuel Altered racers from right here in the home state. One of them qualified low, one of them. If you can get one of those in your size, that you get those before they're all gone. Later one ready to go. Randall Ferguson taking on Joseph Scaduto. Ferguson from La Habra Heights, California, and Scaduto from Lake Havasu, Arizona. Now, if you're looking for a little more chaos, next time the chaos comes to you is going to be from Norwalk, Ohio. That is next weekend for the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals. Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos will both be in the house, along with some other great racing that you will absolutely love up there at America's Racetrack, Summit Motorsports Park. If you can join us in person, that would be wonderful. If you have to join us on the live stream, we'll be happy to welcome you there. But that's going to be a phenomenal weekend, and it starts Memorial Day weekend, Norwalk, Ohio. First time ever for Chaos at Summit Motorsports Park. Like they say on the ad, you gotta be there. Got fire in the pipes for a pair of slingshot dragsters. American Nostalgia Racing Association Nostalgia Eliminator 1. You look on the scoreboard here in a moment, you'll see a 7.80 second index. That's what they race on. That's their magic number. .540 cubic inches of big block Chevy power on the tower side. A little less displacement for the Arizona car over on the right side. All right, we were looking on the scoreboard for the 780. Can't explain why they're not there, but I can assure you they are in the computer. It is a 780 heads-up drag race. Ferguson left side from California, Scaduto right side from Arizona. Who's it going to be? Is there going to be another trophy staying in Arizona? Or are we sending another one west? Just about to find out. Going to California. 2000's red for Joseph Scaduto, and that was all it took for Randall Ferguson to get the win. 766 with a 6, runs it out the back door. 169.5 miles an hour, but the wind light was already on, so it did not matter. Scaduto goes 779. He's got a wind light in the other lane, so he runs it out the back door. They both go under the index, but Joseph Scaduto is going to be your runner-up. Randall Ferguson taking that Nostalgia Eliminator 1 trophy back to California. All right, y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Nitro Mike, the PT Cruiser, wheel stander, under the lights and under the stars. Well, not quite under the stars, but you'll get the effect because the sun has gone down. So the flame show, the sparkle show. The friction and the action and the excitement of Nitro Mike and the PT Cruiser brings that beast to life and is going to show up here at the starting line here momentarily to rock your world for the 3rd time this weekend. I'm telling you, folks, I've been to 2 goat ropings and a county fair, and I'm not sure I've ever seen one this good. Nitro Mike got it going on. Yep, I think he's still got it. Race fans, you got to know when you're driving this thing and it's dark and there might be a little wind and you're going to go over 100 miles an hour on the rear wheels. All right, so we're talking about being under the lights. You notice now that we're not. So you're going to get the full effect of the flames and the sparklers and all that magic that comes from Nitro Mike's show. Man, how about it, folks? You ready for this? Let him hear it. All right, he's in the stage position. We'll take that flash of amber and put it on the back bumper. Here we go. Sparkles out the stacks. Taking it down that racetrack, looking through the floorboard to try to keep it off of the right side wall. And he keeps it up in the air, goes way on past this quarter mile, past the scoreboards. You can see 105 miles an hour across the quarter. Keeps it going, man, he's still at it. Whoa! You see now why he's your Guinness Book of World Records champion, as he's got the longest pull ever with a wheel stander, and he just continues to wow the crowd, wow everybody. I tell you, there's some of you have seen a lot of wheel standers. I have. But some of you have never seen one before tonight. Anybody, have you ever seen a wheel stander? If this is your first time, could you wave at the tower? Yeah? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, there's nothing like it, and I don't know that there's a better wheel stander operator in the business than this guy from British Columbia, Canada. He's coming back this way, stops it at the finish line, puts a little flame show on. And the lights are off. I can't tell if he's on 2 wheels or 4. Looks like he's on 4 now. Out comes the flames. Man, oh man, he's going to get a little closer to you on the grandstand side. Well, I don't know. Is he going to go back? Yeah, he is. Picks it up a little longer. Looks a little bit like he just won the Daytona 500. Is he going to do? He's going to do donuts. I don't know. He's going to make some circles though. Man, what a show! Nitro Mike and the PT Cruiser wheel stander. Just keeps on. I think he loves it as much. I think he loves doing it as much as we love seeing it. Well, he towed a long way to get to Tucson, Arizona. Let him know how much you appreciate him making the trip all the way down here. And what a show, Nitro Mike. Phenomenal job. Man, so the tow vehicle comes out. I think he may be out of gas. Well, race fans, we thank you very much for being at Tucson Dragway for the second iteration of Fuel Altered Chaos. What a weekend, what a night. It's always a pleasure to have you here at Tucson Dragway. We continue to see the improvements going in to make this a destination for all drag racing fans anywhere, wherever you might be. We're racing through June. We'll take a couple of months off because it gets really, really hot in Tucson, Arizona in July and August. So we'll resume racing after we stop in June. We'll pick it back up in September. And, of course, get it on your calendar. November 6th and 7th, Fuel Altered Chaos back at Tucson Dragway for the third Fuel Altered Chaos. Wherever you happen to be going, be safe, be careful on your way home. We look forward to seeing you again. If you want to hang out for the Victory Circle celebrations, there's going to be some hooping and some hollering around here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, we're happy to have you as part of the Chaos family. Wherever you're going, be safe. And don't forget, be kind, be well, be smart, be awesome. We'll see you at Norwalk, Ohio next week. Good night, everybody.